Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I have a pleasure to welcome you on today's, Ladies and gentlemen, once again, good afternoon, and I have a pleasure to welcome you on today's conference entitled Disinformation in Memory Politics, Practice and Ways of Prevention. This event will last 3 days and is organized by the European Network Remembrance and Solidarity, the College of Communication and Public Relations at the National University of Political Studies and Public Administration, and the National Institute for the Study of Totalitarianism at the Romanian Academy. And now I would like to yield floor to Mihai Ghigiu, who is a PhD and senior lecturer and vice director of the National University of Political Studies and Public Administration, and is now taking the place of Professor Remus Pricopie, who unfortunately couldn't be with us.
Okay, sorry. I think somebody will open the floor. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the National University of Political Studies and Public Administration in Bucharest. Even if it's in a virtual mode, we are most than happy to have you here. It's my great pleasure to start and to be the host of this event that started, I would say, at least since 2019, when with the same partners, meaning the European Network Remembrance and Solidarity and the National Institute for the Study of Totalitarianism in Romania, we organized a conference in Bucharest, and I think it was a starting point for a fruitful cooperation that we continue today. I want to thank Professor Abraham for this occasion, because he was the, let's say, the engine that consolidated the cooperation between our institution. The National University of Political Studies in Bucharest, it's more than interested, I would say it's somehow naturally interested in the idea of disinformation, fake news, manipulation, because for a school of governance, for a school of political studies, these are somehow one of the most, some of the oldest instruments that the political propaganda used during the history. Our interest on this, our university interest, our colleague interest in this subject is proven by a lot of literature, a lot of articles that my colleagues or that our friends published in the last year. We even have now a center dedicated to this idea of disinformation and fake news. Professor Abraham, Professor Alina Bărgăoanu, and other colleagues are well known all over the European networks, a specialist in this subject. We think that it's our duty as a university to defend the historical facts, the reality, against all the challenges of the political propaganda. And the best tool to do this is to cooperate with our friends, with other scholars, with specialists from different European and why not international universities and research institutes. As I said, we consider this as being our duty. In all the formats, for example, I will give you just one small example. My university is member of a European consortium, 8 of the most prestigious universities in Europe in social science, like Sciences Po in Paris or London School of Economics or Hertie School of Governance. They created one of the European consortium that is supporting by the European Commission. And one thematic, one research priority for our consortium is this idea of dissemination of disinformation of fake news. Just to prove you, just to emphasize one more time how important is for the research in our university this topic. We are happy to host this event. We hope that our cooperation will bring even more events, even more quality research, and I'm sure that my colleagues, some of them participating as speakers today or in the next days, others just listening the debate, the discussion will prove fruitful in their academic work. I'm sorry on behalf of my rector, Professor Picopi. I'm sorry he's not here with us, but because of a small medical problem, he was not able to attend. But he's sending all his support for this event and all the support for future events in this context, in this format, or in other format. I also wish you to have very fruitful days, very fruitful debates, and I will try as much as possible to participate in the next days to some of your activities. Thank you so much, and good luck with the event. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ghigiu. And now I would like to welcome and introduce Professor Jan Rydel, who is the coordinator of the Polish party in the European Network Remembrance and Solidarity, professor at the Pedagogical University of Krakow, and former head of the Office of Culture, Science and Information at the Polish Embassy in Berlin. Welcome, Professor Rydel, and the floor is yours. There is again, Professor Rydel, we don't hear you.
Dear Prorector Ghigiu, dear State Secretary Lazăr, dear Professor Abraham, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to open this conference on behalf of the European Network Remembrance and Solidarity. The very topic of our proceedings, disinformation, is becoming a significant part of the modern world, where the rapid expansion of web-based communication channels has led to the creation of new disinformation tools, increasing its reach to a great extent. As a consequence, disinformation today has an impact on national security, politics, the media, education, and even health. It is also very much related to the field in which the European Network Remembrance and Solidarity, ENRS, specialize. It is history and memory. The European Network is an international initiative whose main objective is to foster dialogue of 20th century European history. Our activities feature a range of projects. Some are intended for the academic community, for example, the genealogies of memory conferences, other for practitioners, for example, the European Remembrance Symposia. Those events every year bring together panelists from East Central Europe and beyond, of course. We also run various projects for students and teachers. This conference on disinformation in memory politics is accompanied by an educational project entitled No to Disinformation. No to Disinformation is a learning package for secondary schools, familiarizing students with past and contemporary disinformation campaigns and showing them how to verify information independently. Essays, lesson plans, educational films, and the guidebook are all designed to give young people tools to resist manipulation. Education is crucial for the prevention of disinformation in the long term. In the short run, however, it is experts, people like speakers at our conference, who need to tackle the problem. We are going to listen to a plenary discussions on theoretical and ethical approaches to truth and disinformation, followed by 6 panels discussions and a keynote lecture. We are going to look into different phases of disinformation in historical and contemporary perspective. Actors and methods of disinformation, as well as ways of counteracting it. We will also reflect on the basic questions. What is disinformation in memory politics? How is it constructed? How is behind it? Who is behind it? And what are its aims? More importantly, what can we do to prevent the manipulation of historical facts? The questions are crucial nowadays, and I hope our conference will help answer them and foster international cooperation in combating fake news related to history. As one of the coordinators of the European Network Remembrance and Solidarity, I would like to thank the other 2 institutions which organized the conference. The College of Communication and Public Relations at the National University of Political Studies and Public Administration in Bucharest, as well as the National Institute for the Study of Totalitarianism at the Romanian Academy of Sciences. I would like also to thank all the participant researchers and practitioners who have agreed to take part in this project and share their invaluable experience and knowledge. Thank you very much. Apart from over 40 active participants from various parts of the world, let me also thank the conference team who have prepared the whole event and made it possible for us to meet today. The director of the INRS Institute, Rafał Rogulski, Joanna Orłoś, Beata Tomczyk, Anna Wachowiak, and Damien Tourt. For organizing the conference as an online event, Maciej Kidawa, Alika Świderska, and Magdalena Strong for their promotional assistance. Last but not least, I would like to thank both conference coordinators, Professor Florin Abraham, the Romanian coordinator of the INRS and current chairman of the INRS steering committee, as well as Dr. Bartosz Dziewanowski-Stefańczyk for taking care of the substance of the conference. I believe they have indeed achieved something remarkable by bringing together so many outstanding specialists on disinformation. I would like to wish you a good and fruitful conference. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Rydel. And now I would like to welcome Mr. Costel Lazăr, who is the State Secretary in the Romanian Ministry of Culture. Mr. Costel Lazăr, the floor is yours. Can we see? Yes.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Distinguished representative of European Network Remembrance and Solidarity, ladies and gentlemen. From the very beginning, please accept the regret of the Minister of Culture, Mr. Bogdan Ghigiu, because due to the busy schedule, he could not be with you today. He considers the conference but important and interesting and wishes success to its work. From the very beginning, the Minister of Culture supported the idea of holding an international conference in Bucharest dedicated to the disinformation phenomenon. Unfortunately, the objective reasons that we cannot meet now in Bucharest. Of course, during the COVID-19 pandemic, we lack direct contacts, but I hope that to return to normality will be achieved as soon as possible. The theme of ANRS conference, organized together with its partners in Romania, it's interesting not only for a scientific perspective, but it's
Well, it seems that we have some problems with connection. Mr. Lazăr, can you hear us? Maybe let's wait for a moment just to... Okay, so I think that we have a connection with Mr. Costel Lazăr or not? No, I think that he has disappeared. We lost it. Okay, so maybe now I will ask to make some introduction, and I will welcome Professor Florin Abraham, and then if the connection will return, we will continue with Mr. Costel Lazăr. So now I would like to introduce and welcome Professor Florin Abraham, who is the chairman of the European Network Remembrance and Solidarity Steering Committee, senior researcher at the National Institute for the Study of Totalitarianism, and a lecturer at the National School of Political Science and Public Administration in Bucharest. Professor Abraham, the floor is yours.
Thank you, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. My intervention will be inevitably shorter because the important things have already been said. However, a few small relevant details should be added, in my opinion. First of all, is that the idea of organizing at Bucharest an international conference dedicated to the phenomenon of disinformation, to the partnership between the network, our university, and the National Institute for the Study of Totalitarianism appeared 2 years ago. But the COVID-19 pandemic did not make it possible to carry out this project, except in the format we met today in the virtual space. But as we say from time to time, better late than never. The genuine idea of the conference was to deepen the study of a very old phenomenon. If you think only of the story of the expulsion from the Eden of Adam and Eve, but the new phenomenon which took on the new dimensions in the age of the social media. It was a theme we could not avoid because it is omnipresent in our societies and in our lives. We, the organizers of the conference, are not the victims of the hysteria related to disinformation and the fake news. but we wanted to affirm an ethical answer. The historical truth exists and it must be defended. Of course, the nuances regarding the knowledge of the truth will be put in the following debate, but the idea that if we have difficulties in knowing the past, anything can be said is simply unacceptable for us or for me. In fact, it is also important to say that the conference is not directed against anyone, a country or an ideology, but is part of our common systematic effort to promote a culture of dialogue. The Romanian Ministry of Culture, which supports this project, responded positively to this generous objective. Of course, the other member states of the network also want an effective fight against disinformation and manipulation of historical memory, a position clearly expressed in several meetings of steering committee. Director of CNSPA, Professor Remus Pricopie, the Dean of the College of the Communication, Professor Alina Bărgăoanu, show their support for the realization of the project from the very beginning. I found the same support from the management of the National Institute for the Study of Totalitarianism, the former political prisoner, Professor Radu Ciuceanu and Professor Octavian Roske. Also, the director of the Institute of the Network, Rafal Rogulski, has substantially involved in this project. Many thanks to everyone for their support. The transition from the idea to the concrete organization was made by the kind team of Institute of Network, to which has added the PR, the communication team of our university, as well the colleagues from the Institute. Thank you to all of them. Last but not least, I joined the public thanks of Vice Rector Ghigiu and Professor Rydel for your effort to participate in this event, and your contribution are announced to be substantial and innovative. I hope in the end that our conference will be a source of inspiration, not only for new studies and books, but also for recommendation for more effective public policies to combat disinformation in the field of memory policies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Abraham. And as we receive back the connection with Mr. Costel Lazăr, I would like him to continue his presentation. Okay, we don't hear you.
Okay. You hear me, yes?
Yes, it's fine.
The conference which started today, it's important because it brings together ENRS member and associate countries for joint action against disinformation. Although there are still sensitive issues in the historical memory of Europe, including our nation, it is important to have a permanent dialogue in the spirit of transparency, pluralism, and acceptance of historical facts as they were. Therefore, the Minister of Culture considers the activities of ENRS important and provides them with the necessary support to the extent of available resources. The topics of the conference is complex and comprehensive, and the list of participants is already impressive. I am glad that genuine scientific figures with international recognition are attending this conference. The Minister of Culture is honored to support the event, as those that are prepared for the coming years. For me, and a historian, the analysis of these informations in the field of historical memory is particularly interesting, and I will follow as much as possible from the work of this conference. I wish you success, and please accept my best thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Costel Lazăr. And now I would like to thank to all of our speakers for their presentations. As I see that we have still 5 minutes to start our first panel discussion. So I would like to ask all of our attendees and participants that have joined us either throughout the Zoom platform or are watching on Facebook or YouTube to stay with us. And after 5 minutes at 2:30, we will start the opening panel entitled Truth and Disinformation, Theoretical and Ethical Approaches. So please stay tuned and see you soon. Good afternoon. I would like to welcome everybody on our first and opening panel discussion devoted to the ethical and theoretical aspects of truth and disinformation in historical, political, and memory studies. My name is Ewelina Szpak, and I represent two institutions, European Network Remembrance and Solidarity and Polish Academy of Sciences. I have a pleasure to moderate this debate together with Professor Constantin Iordachi, who represents Central European University in Vienna and is also a coordinator of the journal East Central Europe and president of the International Association for Comparative Fascist Studies. Before I introduce our guests, I have to announce that unfortunately Professor Trebs will not participate in our debate. He could not be with us due to some personal reasons. However, we still have three marvelous discussants here, which are Professor Nicholas J. Cull, who is a professor of public diplomacy in the Annenberg School for Communication and Journalism at the University of Southern California. He's also a very well-known historian of the role of media in international relations. He's very experienced in working with many foreign ministries, cultural agencies, and diplomatic academies around the whole world, including those of the United States, United Kingdom, Mexico, Switzerland, Canada, and the Netherlands. Our next second discussant is Professor Marek Kornat, who is a professor of history, head of the Department of 20th Century History at the History Institute of the Polish Academy of Sciences in Warsaw. He's a specialist in political history of Poland and Europe in the 20th century, and his main fields of research are Sovietology, history of totalitarianism, history of Polish diplomacy in the 19th and 20th centuries, and history of Polish political thought. And our third debater is Professor Adrian Pop, who is taking the place of Professor Jan Aurel Pop, who couldn't take part in this discussion. But Professor Adrian Pop is a professor of international relations and geopolitics at the National University of Political Science and Public Administration in Bucharest. He is a member of European Foresight Network and Romania Node Chair of the Millennium Project. And main fields of his research are Cold War history, history of historiography, international relations, geopolitics, security, and defense. Dear panelists, it's really great to have you here. And now I would like to give floor to Constantin, who will outline briefly the concept and the ground rules of our debate, and who will also start our discussion. So Constantin, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Welcome on my behalf as well to the public debate on truth and disinformation. I will start with a few introductory comments meant to contextualize the debate. Afterwards, we'll invite our distinguished guests to answer several questions on the concept of truth and objectivity in history, the definition of disinformation and misinformation, the relationship between history and the politics of memory in Western and Eastern Europe, and the role of historians in countering disinformation. Following this exchange, we will open the floor for questions from the audience. We'll voice questions and comments received on Zoom and other social media channels. So please do not hesitate to send us your written input via these channels. The collapse of the communist system in 1989-1991 inaugurated an era of tectonic transformations. Post-communist states abolished the monopoly of communist parties and built democratic parliamentary systems, repealed communist legislations, adopted new organic laws, dismantled planned economies, and integrated national economies into the global market. An important part of this gigantic transformation was an overall change in cultural policies, following the liberalization of academic life. New academic institutions, new research institutes, new museums tackled topics that were previously considered taboo. In addition, changes in historical master narratives entailed far-reaching transformations of the officially enforced memory landscape of Central and East European societies, marked by the renaming of public spaces, the adoption of new curricula and school textbooks, the commemoration of a new set of historical events, the destruction or removal of all statues and monuments, and the erections of new ones. In anthropological terms, we might say that these massive changes point out to a radical reordering of the universe of social meanings in these societies, involving changes in the understanding of key societal values such as sacrality, morality, kinship, suffering, victimization, affecting concepts of family, community, and the nation, and their place in Europe and the world. It is therefore not surprising that the question of the historical memory has generated passionate debates among a multitude of actors whose views are shaped by differing and even contradictory life experiences and links to the past, worldviews, and political attitudes. History has become an important tool of political legitimization and collective identity constructions, and sometimes also a major foreign policy instrument. The field of historical memory, therefore, is not only an academic topic, but has entered the realm of what is generally called public history, which might also refer to the uses and abuses of history outside academia in the public sphere. Thus, in addition to political and academic discourses on history, individuals or private collective memories have also permeated the public sphere, with various groups asserting their own identities and views of the past. These sharp debates over history and memory have led to the emergence of comprehensive campaigns of memory politics and of historical politics conducted by governmental and non-governmental organizations or other socio-political actors meant to articulate and disseminate narratives about historical events with the aim of reaching certain immediate or long-term internal or external political goals. A genuine war on memory ensued, involving rival states, political parties, institutions, non-governmental organizations, private and public associations, as well as various other collective and individual actors. These developments bring to the fore important basic questions once again. In general terms, we could ask a major question: what is the epistemological status of knowledge? What is the role of universities in our changing world? So with these very broad fundamental questions in mind, we would like to ask our panelists to elaborate on their own understanding of the concept of truth and objectivity in the historian's craft and in humanities in general. Is it possible to write history in a manner that embraces individual experiences and subjectivities, while being at the same time based on verifiable proof and arguments? On the basis of your research experience, could you maybe indicate particular historical phenomena or events whose veridicity is subject to constant scrutiny and contestation? What is the reason for the continuous disputes about the nature of these particular events? So I open the floor for answers and invite the panelists to react.
Is it a certain order of approaching among the panelists, or anybody can?
Yes, please. Yeah, we don't have any order.
Okay, so let me start then. Someone has to break the ice, let's put it like this. Obviously, I can't address in the 5 minutes which are allocated to each panelist all these issues. But I would rather focus, because we are in the opening discussion, to the first one, the truth and objectivity in history, and to a certain extent to the role of historians of fighting disinformation. For that, let me share with you some presentation, which of course is not intended to put a whole history of this idea, because it has a history of its own, but just to pinpoint some landmarks, benchmarks of the people who framed the discussion among centuries. And of course, it comes from antiquity. Aristotle, a philosopher, was the first who actually argued that historical truth is possible by virtue of logic. Then we have the historian and politician Tacitus with his objectivity put in his famous dictum sine ira et studio. Somehow in the early Middle Ages, truth was hijacked by the church. But throughout the middle of the 13th century, St. Thomas Aquinas tried to reconcile truth with faith by postulating the existence of three types of truth. And then with the advent of rationalism, the historical methodology of 19th century managed somehow to restore the Aristotelian path to historical truth. And here we have, of course, Leopold von Ranke's famous guiding principle of history to reflect how things actually were. And also his recommendation that historians should disregard their own personality. Of course, moving forward, we have the great contributions of the German historical school and German philosophy of history school with Wilhelm Dilthey, which tried to solve the contradiction between the subjective nature of any knowledge and the belief in the possibility of objective knowledge. And he said the structures of human existence can be known and understood, and the task of history is the analysis of structures. Then Wilhelm Windelband, which pointed the fact that since the historian doesn't confront the historic events themselves, but the memory about them fixed in tradition, puts the task to determine to what extent traditions color the historical knowledge. Then Heinrich Rickert, who put the task to identify the fundamental values of the studied epoch or culture. And of course, Max Weber, who also tried to reconcile the subjective and objective approaches. And with the attempt to apply the principle of verification to history, there is this tendency to accredit the idea that when several sources provide us with the same information, we are dealing with the truth. But we have also the relativity of historical truths. And here I would like to pinpoint the contribution of American historian Charles Beard, who said that the relativity of historical truth is given by the fragmentary character of documentation, the subjective interventions of historian, and also the influences of the present. The French historian philosopher of history, Raymond Aron, which brought to the fact that you have to embrace that subjectivity, and often the contradictory historical perspective should be seen as an eloquent expression of life itself. Paul Ricoeur, coming from phenomenology, who put the idea of truth in history should be separated from memory. Truth in history is decided at three levels of historiographical approach: the documentary, explanatory, and literary levels. And of course, there is no definitive and absolute historical truth, but only a relative one. And last but not least, Paul Vane, which puts the idea of doublet subjectivity. First, because history only partially describes historical reality. And second, because of the vision of the past is tributary to the present, expressing the historicity of the interpreter. Now I would like to turn a little bit to a Romanian school, the traditional Romanian school, which developed starting the middle of the 19th century up to the communist takeover. In a sense, it was very traditional, in line with the classical concept of Tacitus and Ranke. But we have discerned also some original contribution. For instance, the concern for reconciling the commands of patriotism and objectivity, theorizing the need to move from a negative and reactive strategy to a positive and constructive one in response to politically motivated historiographical attacks. And also identifying the main sources of distortion of truth in history. There was also a concern for identifying the factors which are responsible for relativity of historical truth. And here I would like to quote the idea of Nicolae Iorga, great Romanian historian, who put the idea that taking a universalist perspective in dealing with national history can guarantee the objectivity of historical writing. And I would like to end with, because all of this is fine, but in theory, when you come to practice, things are having another turn. So I would like to put forward an example which speaks about a very interesting fact. Of course, everybody knows that one should have be aware of the distinction between the historical truth, the legal truth as put forward by the indictment or legal sentence, the subjective truth embraced by some personalities or even communities, and the popular truth, which it's presented itself very often in the form of pervasive legends. Theoretically and ideally, historians have the opportunity to elevate historical truth above these other truths, especially if he pronounces his sentences after the other truths have been established. But this is in theory, because in historiographical practice, and especially in cases of recent history, things are much more complicated, especially in cases of the postponement of the juridical truth and the resilience of the subjective and popular truths. A case in point illustrates this is how the Romanian Revolution of December 1989 was interpreted. Since the early 2000s, a minority of historians have demonstrated the fact that the Romanian Revolution of December 1989 was a result of a combination of popular revolt and coup d'etat, and argued for the compatibility of the notions of revolution and coup. But the juridical truth was postponed, obviously for political reasons and interest. Finally, in 2019, the legal truth was established by the indictment of the prosecutor's office, which actually confirmed the above-mentioned conclusions. However, the subjective truth embraced by those people in power who took power in December 1989 and historians around them have continued to be promoted. Interested in presenting and legitimizing the group of former President Ion Iliescu as a popular emanation of revolution, historians close to him continued to deny the existence of a group throughout the development of the revolution. This time, ironically, with the argument of the distinction between the historical truth and the legal truth. So, manipulating the distinction, which is a very well-known, and I'm a full supporter of it because we have many cases. Just think about the case of the Templars, how wrong was the indictment of the juridical truth. But manipulating these distinctions, it's another form of disinformation. And I just wanted to put this, how things are getting complicated in recent history. So I will wrap up here my presentation, and I'm open of discussion and question if you have some of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kornat.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes,
I wanted to answer this question really from the perspective of a historian who works on issues of propaganda and on the treatment of truth in media. And to me, I think it's really important not only to have a responsibility to history, to have a responsibility to evidence, and to not close off what I'm looking at. And in the history of propaganda, one of the big studies has to be not only what is your enemy doing, but what are you doing yourself, and or what is your own country doing. And I think when we come to the history of disinformation, it's really important to be honest and to say every country does this at some point. And a problem in propaganda history is that we tend to have a habit of saying propaganda is what my enemy does, I do counter propaganda, or I just give you information. All right, so I think that as a historian, we have to be honest to the distortion on our own side. I'm originally from Britain, and the British government has used disinformation in the past. It has used disinformation against its own people. For me, I'm ashamed to say that during the British government's intervention, or the British government attempt to to control the situation in Northern Ireland, made up ridiculous stories about Irish nationalists, including that they were devil worshippers, even faking evidence. So they would go into a safe house and find an altar to Satan covered with chicken blood and claim that this was a place where the devil was being worshipped. Now, in a community where everybody knows in a community where everybody knows everybody, to claim that somebody, effectively you're saying, oh, your uncle worships Satan. This did not discredit the uncle, it discredited the government that was making that claim. For me, it's important to be honest about what's happened in the past, and as a historian, we have a duty to do that. I have had to make my own decision as a historian as to whether I think propaganda is morally neutral or not. The term propaganda comes from the discourse of the Catholic Church and was intended just to mean the propagation of or the spreading of an idea, but in our own time it's very often used, certainly by the common public, as meaning something negative. So we would say propaganda is to information as murder is to killing. It's the morally unacceptable version of the action. I was taught as a young historian that propaganda was morally neutral. It was like a gun, no better, no worse than the person who's using it. I no longer take that position. I think that that when you are sharpening the truth, when you're being selective, when you are speaking in order to get a particular reaction, so if you like, trying to persuade through the giving of information, you are engaging in a activity that is closing off possibility. So I see a clear distinction between propaganda and the distortion inherent in propagandistic communication with the process of education. And why I think this is wrong is, in my own historical study, I'm very aware that even the most moral propaganda has a negative consequence in a way that you don't expect. So the best example of this would be, say, in the First World War, when the British government thought it was okay to make up bad stuff about Germans, to exaggerate stories of German atrocities in Belgium, and to spread those stories around the world. And that worked well in the First World War. It helped the British cause and maybe assisted in the destruction of something that was bad. The problem is that once you have cried wolf, right, you then have this association of falsehood with wartime, and it means that when World War II comes along, and when there is real, genuine atrocity happening, that the reality is subtracted. That it becomes very hard for Jewish organizations to talk about what we now know as the Holocaust. It was hard for the Polish government to speak in the United States about what was happening to Polish people. And the price of Britain's success in the First World War was paid by Jewish people, Polish people in the Second World War, and other people, the suffering of other people, which was discounted because of successful manipulation in a good cause in the previous generation. So these are some of my thoughts around this issue, why it's important to study this, but also why it's important to study it honestly. And I would always say to, when talking to governments about propaganda, to be really careful and that it may seem like a good idea, but there are unintended consequences down the way, and that every manipulation, every distortion is like an unpaid debt, and somebody has to pay it, and you don't know who that's going to be.
Yes, thank you very much for the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have some problems in this question about the truth and objectivity. Let me start saying that when we are speaking on history, we have three different phenomena. We must differentiate these three different phenomena. First of all, the academic work. Secondly, the public discourse of the past, which is absolutely necessary to recognize in every society. And thirdly, we have the policy of memory in many contemporary countries of the world. And when we are speaking on historical truth or historical objectivity, it should be generally related to this first category. I mean, to this category of the academic work. It doesn't mean, of course, that all public discourses or all kinds of policies of memory are basically founded on the fake stories, fake narratives, no. But the general, my observation is that the definition of the truth and the definition of the objectivity is these are categories related to this first phenomenon. This is my first remark. Secondly, I think it is very important to highlight that the decisive for the objectivity and truth is the aim of our interest in the past. Is the aim of our interest in the past. It should be the aim of a reconstruction of the historical realities, not the other functions or ideas, political, ideological, etc. What is truth? In my opinion, this classical definition, which was presented here, the classical definition of this Aristotelian definition and St. Thomas d'Aquinas definition is very good, but the problem is in the possibility to achieve it in historical writing. In historical writing, there is, in my opinion, no possibility to achieve the definite truth and to present it as the last word of the author who writes on history, who writes on the past. I agree with this definition, this notion of Raymond Aron, that there is no definite presentation or definite reconstruction of the past. Every generation in different societies recognize the facts of the history in different ways. It is absolutely necessary to understand these differences in the point of view. History is not memory. When we are speaking on the history of the last decades, the history of the last generations, history made by last generations, we must differentiate between history and memory. The objectivity and the subjectivity, they are opposite categories. History is not memory. Memory is useful sometimes in such domains like public discourse on the past, etc. But for historians, it cannot be the definite category in the researching of the past. And I think that the other question is important. Objectivity should be open for the dialogue on the past with the representatives of the different point of view. For instance, it probably cannot be possible. It cannot be possible to present such great historical events like Reformation by Catholic and Protestant in the same way. But the dialogue is necessary and it should be in progress. Secondly, when we have the King Frederick II of Prussia, there will be no the same point of view on him by German historian and Polish. But it doesn't eliminate the possibility of the dialogue. And it is of course a next significant category. And when we are speaking on the public discourse, the question is on the possibility to use effectively the academic work in this domain. It is probably the central problem. How to present in the public discourse the historical realities as they are seen by academic historians. This is the problem, especially in Poland. We have the academic works, for instance, on Polish foreign policy in the interwar era. I mean, policy of balance between Germany and Russia, and we have the public discourse of many journalists, and they are not only popular, but they try to work on the past in opposition to every academic categories of the truth or objectivity. And the competition between these two kinds of history is in progress. And who wins? We can see the academic works, conferences, etc., discussions, and the so-called alternative history. This is the problem of the last years in Poland. I think this is significant.
sorry for any inconveniences. We have some technical problems and we'll be back in 3 or 5 minutes just after we receive the connection and fix the problem. So once again, please excuse us. And now we're back. Sorry for this short break. I will ask maybe the third question because Professor Kornat has finished his answer, and now I would like to relate somehow to the propaganda that was mentioned by Professor Cull, and I would like to ask a question that would concentrate more on terms and meanings, because Joe Fox, a young British historian specializing in propaganda research, in her article published in Historical Research, claims that disinformation is propaganda latest incarnation. So how can we define disinformation and misinformation? Is it always related to propaganda or and political needs? Could you give some examples of this and misinformation of particular historical events, phenomena from your own field of research? And maybe I will ask Professor Cull to answer first.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Ewelina. To me, the difference between disinformation and misinformation is about intention. And whether a piece of information is being introduced in order to distort, or whether it's just part of the way in which stories grow and are misunderstood and get passed on in just in the natural way of things. And we see both phenomena. Why disinformation is particularly significant is because it's deliberate. It's an attempt to mislead, and or you can also see decisions not to correct. So, for example, when a story is circulating, sometimes a government thinks, well, it's a good thing if people believe this to be true, and so do not correct the story. They think it's a useful misunderstanding for people to have. So that's almost like disinformation by omission rather than by deliberate distortion. So I see the difference as being about intent. I also see cycles of disinformation and cycles of disruption coming from this. And so I would tie it historically to the emergence of a new media. And I would disagree with Joe that I don't think this is especially new. What is significant is the level of disruption that is coming from the disinformation associated with social media. But we could also look back 100 years ago and see the disinformation associated with the coming of the popular press and the mass-produced newspapers was equally disruptive. What worries me is that these disruptions are associated with geopolitical cataclysm. part of the origins of the First World War is the disruption that came from a new medium, mass-produced newspapers, and the politics associated with those mass-produced newspapers preaching to their little bubble publics, distorting the view of what the neighbor was like. Part of the origins of the Second World War is the disruption that came out of the media available to politicians at that time, or the coincidence of the media and the economic difficulties. And in our own time, we can see how we have global economic difficulties, global disruption coming from a new medium, and the crisis we have right now. So I see cycles in this, but I think that historically the solution has come from talking about the problem, has come from standing back from it, and from learning to understand how a media works, so the development of media literacy, and from a negotiation process. And to me, one of the most important things to remember at this point is that when you have a new weapon, you need, or an enhanced weapon, you need an enhanced negotiation process. And we're not talking enough about media disarmament. And this was part of the solution following the First World War, part of the solution following the Second World War with the creation of UNESCO, and at the end of the Cold War, there was, or part of the reason that conflict could come to an end was because of Soviet-American discussion over mutual demonization and negotiated solutions to the problem of disinformation. But it needs governments to care about it and to introduce it as a problem between nation states. But I do not believe that the solution to disinformation is more disinformation, or even necessarily comes in the realm of communication. Sometimes you need old style diplomacy to deal with new style or new emphasis distortion.
Okay, thank you, Professor Cull. And maybe I will ask Professor Adrian Pop to answer as well. We don't hear you, Professor Pop. You have to unmute yourself.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Just a quick add to this. I fully agree. Misinformation and disinformation, whereas are similar and interconnected, there is this big difference related to intent. Only disinformation is wrong in purpose because it's deliberately misleading or promoting biased information. But I just want to add a quick point on the cycles of disruptions. We are dealing with a new phenomenon, which is a very interesting one, and it's very influential on the social media. It's so-called deep fakes. These are a new and particularly challenging type of disinformation using audio and video. And more often than not, it's a video which has been edited and used as an algorithm with something other persons than the original one, but in a way which is very credible. It looks authentic. And people without too much knowledge and education are fascinated by such sort of edited material, and they're very influential, and they're targeting the global audience. This is the big problem, because we are speaking about a new level of disinformation reaching a global audience through this kind of malevolent act. Thank you.
Thank you. And Professor Marek Kornat?
Yes, thank you very much. I think that this clarification made by Professor Cull is very, very good. In my opinion, the difference between disinformation and misinformation is really the problem of the intentions. When some historians can commit an error. This is misinformation. But when the state is engaged in some kind of policy of memory, he can use fake narratives to achieve political or ideological aims. And second remark, in my opinion, there is a difference. There is a difference in the functioning of the public discourse on the past in the democratic pluralist countries and in the totalitarian or authoritarian countries. In this last category, when you have this last category, I mean totalitarian states, the official ideology played central role in the views, in the construction of the views on the past, and the state tried to have the monopoly of the construction of historical narratives. And in this situation, the disinformation is in the service of the political views. The different situation, however, not so different as we can say, is the problem of the functioning of authoritarian states like today's Russia under Putin, for instance. This is not a totalitarian country. We cannot say this is a totalitarian country, but the official historical ideology is in progress, is in construction in Russia, actually. And when we take into account some public enunciations, public discourse of the leaders of this country, we have disinformation in full use. Let me to give you some words on this last public statement of Russian president concerning Polish-German relations in 1938, when Polish ambassador to Berlin, Lipski, was accused for being the partisan of the extermination of Jews, and that he discussed not only the partition of Czechoslovakia, but also the extermination of European Jews, etc. This is a real example of the disinformation in the service of politics. This is my second reflection for this time. I think that we have not too much time, and I will limit myself to these two remarks for this moment. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can proceed now to a new question. I would invite the distinguished panelists to refer to the dynamics of the politics of history at European level in both synchronic and diachronic dimensions. We understand from the previous interventions that the issue of disinformation and propaganda is politically specific. It refers to various political stands, be it liberal, nationalistic, authoritarian, totalitarian, and so forth. Can we, however, also identify a cleavage in practices of historical politics between various historical regions of Europe, mostly between Eastern and Western Europe, in view of their different historical experiences? Is there possible to arrive at an integrated history of Europe that can account for both general phenomena, but also for regional country-specific issues? And more to the point for our discussions, are there forms of European cooperation, you think, that can deal more efficiently with the problem of disinformation or misinformation in history?
I'm not sure who you want to start.
Please go ahead.
This question. First of all, I think that as a British person, speaking about Europe is very difficult right now, as we've chosen to step away from Europe, and as simultaneously an American person, I think that it can only be a very outside position. But I think that the behavior of the European Union in the matter of disinformation, particularly the creation of the counter-disinformation platform, EU versus disinformation, has been very significant. And I think it's essential that there is European level discussion and European level challenges to the local distortions of history that we see going on. Because disinformation and the distortion of history is not just something that comes out of one particular place right now. There are many countries in Europe that distort history in their own advantage. And I have to say that there are many governments who, when they speak, I as a historian do not recognize what they are speaking about. They use history as a solution, like where they pick and choose little things they want to talk about and other things they want to ignore. And to me, one of the great problems is selective use of history, particularly countries, regions, preferring a victim narrative and using history as a way of talking about themselves as universal victims to such an extent that they are completely closed off to the suffering of others. And if we're all victims, if we're all, then it makes empathy, the kind of empathy we need to cooperate in the world today, very difficult. And, you know, this is a problem I've run into studying in the Balkans, particularly, where you look at the way the news works. I'm talking about Western Balkans, where whichever country you're in, the first item in the news will be, and today our president opened a memorial to just how horrible our neighbors were to us in the previous generation. And when history works like this as a source of solidifying narratives, you're going to have difficulty going forward. Anyway, let me go on mute and let my colleagues.
Maybe I can just add something because it was discussed a Russian experience here. I just wanted to pinpoint risks of parallel evolution between Russia's re-emerging as a power or a great power starting the 2000s and how the Kremlin dealt with history. And I think it's interesting parallel to discuss. First of all, it's this issue of Kremlin's trying to build a new narrative on its past, especially the Soviet past. And this was generally interpreted like claiming a golden era, which was, put to an end, but especially in line with the famous Putin's dictum that the greatest geopolitical catastrophe was breakdown of USSR. But this is actually, in my opinion, a little bit more nuanced. This new narrative borrows from both sides of the divide which it's between the so-called liberals, which are more inclined towards the break with the error of the past, especially communist past, but not only, and the so-called conservative side, which is, of course, very much inclined to a revival of the old symbols and historical narratives. This new narrative, which is obviously, if you go along the textbooks, the new textbooks which have been prepared, especially starting 2013, 2014, and it's an interesting parallel with the takeover of Crimea, that 2014. it speaks a sort of borrowing from both sides of the divide. It's not so much this unilateral Western approach, which is found in many academic analysis. This is my first point. The second point is why is that done in such a way? I think there is an obvious answer for that. There is a political scientist, it's called Richard Szpak, which spoke about the dual state in Russia. He's speaking about the fact that the democracy is usually used as a leverage, as a device for legitimating the framework of the system. But also there is this authoritarian spirit, which is pretty much at the level of administration. And this is a sort of a dual state, which is also to be found in the historical narrative. And this is a very interesting point to be taken into account. Because there is temptation to have just a unilateral view of this problem. Thank you.
I have some remarks. Yes, can I speak here? Thank you. When we are speaking on the Russian example, it is absolutely clear that the post-Soviet narrative is vital, is in function in Russian historical thinking now, especially in the public discourse on history to Russian own society. The second problem is the imperial tradition of this country. This is not only the problem affecting Russian-Polish relations, but also with Russian and Baltic states relations and Russian-Ukrainian problems with history. I think that my thesis will not be too original. The influence of the imperial tradition, the impact of the imperial tradition and the post-Soviet tradition, its vitality in Russia, these are two significant factors which lead to the practical elimination of the effective historical dialogue with this country. And unfortunately, historians in Russia generally serve the state. This is the state of matter. I don't think, of course, that in this society, I know personally many Russian historians that they are all not honest people, etc. No. But this imperial point of view is such interesting, such important for the identity of Russia in their views, that they cannot speak, especially on the Stalin's regime as a criminal, etc. And last reflection, the problem of the Second World War is central for Russian historical identity. I think that all of us know about it something. But the Second World War was ended by such great victory of Russia that due to this reason, Stalin cannot be eliminated and described as criminal. For Russians, he of course committed crimes in 30s, for instance, great purges, etc. But he was the successful leader in this war. And this state of matter in Russian historical thinking did not permit for effective critical reception of the Stalinist era. The de-Stalinization process, which was initiated by Gorbachev and continued by Yeltsin, is stopped now, and the problem is central problem is the problem of Second World War. Second World War. So this is the central category for understanding Russian historical identity for today. Thank you.
Thank you for inspiring and very interesting answers. And as it is nearly 3:30, I think we can stop here and open a public discussion. And before I read the first question, I would like to remind all of our attendees and participants that they are free to ask questions and send comments. And you can do that either on Facebook or YouTube. Please remember that if you want to address your question to a particular discussant, just mark it in the question. And I have the first question that came to and is addressed to Professor Cull. And I will read it. It is as follows. Propaganda is truly something negative. At the same time, all governments use history and memory in their diplomacy, but it is difficult to promote all aspects of history, especially own faults. These are only sometimes mentioned in the background. So how do you access using only chosen history by diplomacy?
Sorry, could you say the last bit again? Did you say using only tools? I
only
couldn't understand.
Only chosen history by diplomacy.
Only what history?
So how do you access using only chosen history by diplomacy?
I don't understand that last sentence. I'm so sorry.
Only chosen history.
Chosen. Right.
Sorry.
Diplomacy.
No, okay. Well, I think it's the duty of the historian to always be thinking, always be asking questions. And when necessary to say yes, but it wasn't like that, and this is not always welcome, you know. And so I think that historians have to keep thinking, speaking, and maybe we have to think and speak to each other. One of the forgotten aspects of the end of the Cold War is a dialogue between historians in the US and in Russia over the content of history books. And they decided in this negotiation that they wouldn't talk about how countries talked about themselves, only about how they represented the other one. And they found great errors of fact in one another's history books and agreed to correct these. So I see this as being an important process that, for historians to step back from a conflict and to consider misrepresentation. But you know, the questioner raises a really important problem. This is a very difficult situation, but and it isn't easy for historians, especially to speak when people don't want to hear what they have to say. You know, we have this. I can understand how Russians feel connected to Stalin as a war leader. You know, in Britain, it's very difficult to have an all-round view of Winston Churchill when he was a war leader, but his views on some subjects are now embarrassing to remember. You know, he said some really stupid things about the question of race, and but we have to be honest about this and to consider honestly how things were in the past, and not to pretend that these problems were not there. Because, you know, there were plenty of people who didn't like Winston Churchill at the time because of his attachment to imperialism. And it made relationships at the time difficult. And created mistrust in that moment. And maybe if we are honest about this, we will understand something of the tensions that were present at that moment. So, I mean, I hope that answers the question, Ewelina.
Short commentary is possible?
Yes, of course.
Short commentary.
Please.
Yes, I think that person who presented this question is right. All diplomacy, all foreign policies use history, of course, but the use is different. And we can enumerate many examples. When Russian government, for instance, accuses Poland for cooperation with Germany before the Second World War, this is the fake narrative, yes. But we can the other examples. For instance, some years ago, when we had the great anniversary of the First World War, of the outbreak of the First World War, French diplomacy tried to use all its forces to promote this event in the international relations, and I think that it was justified. It was privileged. The contribution of the French people, of the French nation, to the victory of the Allies in 1918 was so significant, and it was so important for Europe that we have many reasons to remember on it, to have good memory on this role of France in the 20th century Europe. Thank you.
Yeah, there is no other question in the Zoom forum at the moment, but I would like to ask another general question about our role as historians in countering disinformation and misinformation. And this issue has been already tackled here by by our distinguished panelists. On the one hand, we are bound by the ethics of our profession to speak truth to power, to investigate the uncomfortable aspects of our country's past. And also we are bound as citizens to become more active, to leave the ivory tower of academic research, to involve ourselves in forms of public history and also in a public dialogue. But obviously this task of countering propaganda and disinformation is overwhelming, and it cannot be solved by one historian or by historians in general whose voice is not always heard and who are not trained in public media necessarily. So what would be the solution to this? How historians' voice can be better heard? How can we bring more rigor and balance in public debates? Is this a matter not just of personal involvement, but also the involvement of professional associations? Can a historians association can or should work closer with various governmental or non-governmental bodies, or with European programs to be more proactive in fostering dialogue based on ethical standards and also on professional standards? So how do you see, well, your own involvement, but also what kind of solutions you see to this problem, what historians can do?
Of course, it's important for historians to act collectively, especially when there is a big distortion out there, when there's a big myth out there. Historians need to speak, and you can see this, how historians have acted collectively around the treatment of the Holocaust, and have, I think, excluded some people who've attempted to use a historic, who've made a claim to be historians, for example, David Irving in the UK, has been ostracized by mainstream history, and his claims to be using a historical process have been debunked within the historical community. So I see this as very important. But I think when we're getting towards the claims made in disinformation, it's important that we are honest about the avenues of attack that are found in disinformation, because quite often disinformation is exaggerating a genuine failing in a society. And to me, the best defense against disinformation is to take a concerted effort not to fulfill the stereotype. So part of what we should do in our response to disinformation is to actually consider the way in which it may be highlighting genuine divisions in our society, the way in which it may be exaggerating genuine problems, and to not fulfill the stereotype. So one of the important Kremlin narratives right now is that the West is divided, that our alliances are not genuine, and that we are just as corrupt as an oligarch-dominated kleptocracy. And I think that the extent to which we fulfill that stereotype is a problem. So part of a response to disinformation isn't only in terms of rhetoric, it's in terms of action and decision to focus on the problems. So historically, one of the ways in which when racism was exaggerated in the Soviet portrait of the United States, that was a motivator for President Eisenhower to address the problem of racism in America. Eisenhower was much more interested in what Khrushchev said than what Martin Luther King said. And I think so it's important. Just because the enemy is saying it doesn't mean it isn't a problem, doesn't mean we don't have to respond to it. And sometimes there is a gift in the disinformation and a gift in the propaganda because you don't address those, you need an external force to direct attention to some of those problems.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the floor. I think that associations are important from two reasons. Firstly, as Professor Cull mentioned, they can serve the good standards to practice the good standards of ethic of historian, etc. This is very important, and it could serve the elimination some persons which cannot be named historians. It is the first role, and secondly, I think that they can be the common voice against some dangers, not only in authoritarian or totalitarian regimes, but also in the democratic societies. I can mention here the protest, the manifesto, which was published in a British journal Le Monde, organized by Pierre Nora, on the necessity of the liberty of history, against the political use of history in French public discourse. It was, if I remember, 2006 or 2005. This is one of the examples of the common voice against dangers of political use of history, and this common voice is more successful always in comparison with the individual protests, etc. Thank you.
All this is fine, but let's reverse the question and face this reality. There are cases, and I'm speaking about the Romanian case, when a self-proclaimed group of historians and self-proclaimed exponents of civil society are acculturated mass media, print media, TV, publishing houses, and are under the guise of the demythization of history. They are inflicting a self-blow to the Romanian consciousness, and we face this kind of case with this prominent school of distinguished Professor Lucian Boia and his followers at the University of Bucharest, who, put forward this tendency, starting with the history and myth in the Romanian consciousness book back in 1997, and finishing with the First World War controversies, paradoxes, and reinterpretations. It's a very interesting fact, because demythization of history, it's fine, it's very necessary, especially when dealing with the communist nationalist past, also in the case of Romania. But debunking myths could lead to a totally different end. And this is actually where we ended up at some point. Because the message of this school is Romanians have an uncertain past, they came from nowhere and they're going nowhere. And this is very, very much put forward and taken over by, for instance, Hungarian historiography and used for political reasons. And this is a fact. And how to deal with this? Because these kinds of people accaparate the media. We are publishing in small publishing houses, in specialized the printing presses. But when you are dealing with a person who is publishing at least one book a year with a essayistic type of discourse, very attractive for young people, but with total disregard of this principle of audiatur altera pars, how to deal with it. This is a problem. And I'm just putting this because this is an ignored, facet of the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And we have still about 10 minutes, so it's not long. And but I will risk and ask one more question, and this will be a question about, I don't know, something like a hidden life of combated disinformation. In the area of your study, are there any examples of disinformation that have been successfully combated? I mean, these are the information that has been revised, corrected, and as such has entered general circulation. And yet, after many years or decades, the problem of the past has re-emerged again. If so, why, and what does it tell us? Could you answer very briefly?
Absolutely. One of the particular disinformation campaign. Well, let me talk about two different campaigns quickly. The Soviet campaign to claim that the United States created AIDS as a biological weapon. This was very damaging in the later years of the Cold War, and it was dealt with in two ways, both by talking about the reality of the situation, but also by saying to the Russian government, if you say that about the United States government will stop medical cooperation on AIDS research. And that threat changed and reduced the level of the disinformation. So this is a really good example of a diplomatic sanction and a threat changing the way the government talked about it. Also, it was made a condition of wider Soviet-American dialogue that disinformation stop. Second example comes from World War II, when the United States government was very worried at the beginning of the war that it would face a disinformation coming from the Germans. So they set up a network to study repetition of disinformation within the United States, a listening network using teachers, policemen, using barbers and hairdressers to report back on rumors. But what they found was that the disinformation within the United States was not coming from Germany, it was about American racism. So the number one rumor in America in 1942 was that Jews didn't have to serve in the American armed forces. Number two rumor was that there was going to be a revolt by Black Americans to get more from American society. The way that the United States government decided to deal with this was not to address the individual rumors, but rather to promote a vision that existed above the level of the rumor. So instead of saying, no, it's not true that Jews don't have to serve in the military, they made sure that any time there was a movie about the US military, there was a Jewish soldier and a soldier from Texas and a soldier from Ireland and a soldier from a Polish American background, so that that became the vision of what it was to be American. And by selling the greater positive, they were able to diffuse, at least at that time, the tensions which could be understood from the point of view of the rumor. So rather than disprove it, and the same was done dealing with vaccine problems for kids. Rather than saying it's not true that the vaccination gives your child autism, because if you say it's not true, people still hear vaccine and autism in the same sentence. They said it's better to talk about how great healthy kids are. Let's emphasize healthy kids. And then the second tier is, well, what do we do to keep kids healthy? We give them great food, we give them exercise, and we vaccinate them. So vaccination is associated with positives. And that was the way that the situation could be dealt with successfully. But also to have in the background, and unless the kid is vaccinated, they don't get to go to public school. So you have the soft power and the hard power, but within the context of a greater positive. And, you know, I've been talking to psychologists about this, and the psychology makes sense too, that you emphasize the greater positive, and then people can come together around that, rather than getting down into the weeds as to why the individual lie cannot possibly be true, because you just circulate, you give legs, if you like, to the lie. You do your adversary's job for them by repeating the rumor that they wish to circulate.
Yes, thank you, Professor Cull. And Constantin, would you like to conclude somehow? Because we have to get into the end of this this debate. We don't hear you, Constantin.
Yes, I would like to thank everybody.
Commentary is possible?
Yes, of course. Okay, just 2 minutes.
Yes, I have a short commentary to the last words of Professor Pop. I think that it is necessary to highlight the difference between the academic research and the public discourse. In academic discourse, I think history should be critical, generally critical and academic, of course. But in the public discourse, it is necessary to have some balance between the critical view and the affirmation of the past of the state, of the country, of the nation. And when this balance is ruptured, history proves nothing. History leads to new controversies, and is not in positive, has no positive image in the popular view. And last short second commentary, as it was mentioned in the introduction, I work generally on diplomatic history, on international relations, and I can easily find two examples of the fake narrative which is still not combated. I mean, both of them are connected with the foreign policy of the Soviet Union, unfortunately. I mean, especially the conception of the so-called collective security. It is still in function, the myth, stereotype, that Stalinist Soviet Union, we were a totalitarian country, had a real idea of the collective security in the Eastern and Central Europe. And second myth is the interpretation that in 1939, when the Pact Ribbentrop-Molotov was concluded, Stalin was made to choose Germany because the Western partners were not honest, and Polish government was against the passage of the Red Army against the Third Reich. We had different interventions lately of prominent historians, diplomats, and political writers in such involving these myths. Thank you very much.
If I may, a quick reply to Professor Kornat, and I will finish. I was precisely referring to a case involving a specialist, an academic, which is recommended by his academic title, which was speaking in these terms, which by his works, it's mentally disarming uninformed Romanians and politically arms Romania's enemies. And this is a problem. It's not a problem of disjunction between public discourse and academic discourse. He is an academic, and it's a school which is promoting these ideas in a very essayistic and light way,
Yes, this is another story, academics.
But this is a fact, and you have to deal with it.
Public discourse, of course. Yes, absolutely.
Yes, I happen to have a different evaluation of the particular historian or school than Professor Pop. But beyond the particularities of this case study, I think you are perfectly right in pointing out that historians have their responsibility, and sometimes they are involved in forms of overt disinformation or in forms of popularizing history, which also might lead to trivialization or misinformation. So that's an important point. Going beyond the particular case studies that we might argue on. So I would like to thank all participants, distinguished participants for their input. I think they tackled the theoretical and methodological challenges posed by the historians' continuous search for objectivity. They differentiated between legal, academic, and popular approaches to history. They emphasized the difference, but also the tension sometimes manifest between history and forms of memory, public memory. They also emphasize the distinction between disinformation and misinformation, mostly in terms of the intentions, prior intentions of the actor involved. And mostly they emphasize the ethical dimensions of the historian's craft, that of speaking the truth to power. And then this search for truth, which can be also an individual endeavor, but also it can be made more efficient by historians associations and their civic involvement. So this was a very vivid, engaging discussion, and I think it sets the floor for a very productive conference. So thank you very much.
Yes, and I agree with Constantin, and thank you, Constantin, for this very excellent and concise conclusion. And on behalf of myself and the organizers, I would like to thank all our panelists for their very interesting and stimulating debate. Thank you all for your attention, discussions, for your answer, comments, and a special thanks to Professor Cull, who was here with us, even though in the United States it's still the middle of the night. So thank you once again very, very much. And we will continue the conference with another panel discussion, which will begin at 4:30. So thank you for your presence and hopefully see you soon. Have a nice day and see you soon. Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
The title of our panel discussion, which is considered the first, is Case Studies of Disinformation in the Field of Memory Politics, Historical Approaches Totalitarian Regimes, with 4 presentations by Professor Richard Overy, Dr. Łukasz Adamski, Professor Helmut Müller-Enbergs, Professor Thomas Wegener-Rees, and Professor Marcela Sălăgean. Each presentation has 20 minutes, and I will announce you with 3 minutes before the end of the presentation. And we take the questions and answers and comments at the beginning of the last presentation. We have 30 minutes for questions, comments, and answers. And now I invite Professor Overy, a short introduction at the beginning. Professor Richard Overy, University of Exeter, is honorary research professor. And his fields of research are European dictatorships, the Second World War, and the history of air power. He is the author of more than 30 books. And as a recent publication, I mentioned The Bombing War, Europe, 1939-1945, published at Ellen Lane in 2013. And next year, Professor Overy will publish Blood and Ruins, The Great Imperial War, 1931-1945, at the same publisher, Ellen Lane. Professor Overy.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Oh, of course.
You can, good. Well, I don't think my comments will probably last 20 minutes. We'll see. I'm starting off by reminding everybody that in 2009, the European Parliament approved the choice of the 23rd of August as a day to remember each year the victims of European totalitarianism. Now, we all know the date was chosen as a symbolic one, because on the 23rd of August 1939, Germany and the Soviet Union signed a non-aggression pact that effectively divided Eastern Europe between the 2 totalitarian regimes. Now, the choice of this date was challenged by the Russian government because it seemed to suggest that the Hitler and Stalin regimes were somehow the same, each as bad as the other in taking over territory and imposing harsh rule on the populations in their respective spheres. Now, there were, of course, other totalitarian regimes which perhaps the European Parliament had in mind, particularly fascist Italy, of course, where the very term totalitarian was first coined. But I think that the decision to choose the 23rd of August as the date signaled that German and Soviet totalitarianism, the first, of course, for only 3 or 4 years, the latter for more than 4 decades, were the most significant in terms of the human damage they inflicted. Now, the Russian intervention was followed by a campaign, which we're all familiar, I think, over the past few years, to show that Soviet involvement in Eastern Europe was not the equivalent of German. Indeed, President Putin, in his remarks published in the conservative American magazine The National Interest in 2020, has made every effort to whitewash the behavior of Stalin's Soviet Union. Now, in Russia today, memory politics has created a situation where it is actually illegal to disseminate versions of the Soviet role in the Second World War of which the current regime disapproves. And indeed, people have been prosecuted and sent to prison for doing exactly that. Now, Putin has argued instead that, for example, the incorporation of the Baltic states into the Soviet Union was a consensual arrangement, quite astonishing argument, I have to say, while taking over the eastern half of Poland was to liberate its peoples from the yoke of landlords and capitalists. The war in 1939, Putin went on to claim, was the fault of the Poles, the British, and the French. The Poles, because they stubbornly refused to allow the Red Army onto Polish soil for very obvious reasons. The British and the French because they failed to reach a military alliance with the Soviet Union to hold back Hitler. Now, the odd thing in all this, of course, is that President Putin has said remarkably little about the Germans, whose leader really was responsible for unleashing the conflict. And there may well be something political at play there if we think about why that's the case. Very little is said publicly in Russia about the deportations, the systematic abuse of human rights, the murders, or the reality of Soviet ambitions in the territories that they acquired in 1939, 1940, and reacquired in 1944, 1945. The Soviet Union is seen as a positive force for the region in Russian public history, securing, as the propaganda at the time once claimed, the transfer to peace and people's democracies. Democracy, of course, very much in the Soviet sense of the word. Now, I want to remind everybody, I think, that nothing like this could possibly have happened in Germany in the past 75 years. The memory of the Third Reich and its brutal imperialism is etched into the culture and politics of post-war Germany as a constant reminder of the terrible evils unleashed by the Hitler movement and the German war. The more that's uncovered about the regime's inhuman practices, and it still is being uncovered, there's a great deal of recent research which has shown in some ways that the Third Reich was worse than we thought, the more secure is the complete public rejection of everything the Hitler regime stood for. The small fraction of German society that has sustained a neo-Nazi culture is marginalized by a public committed to the central idea that there can be no reconciliation with the bleak reality of the Hitler dictatorship. Now, it may well be that there's a wider circle of Germans of all ages who actually hold views in private about Hitler that are less negative, even approving, but these remain private concerns, not part of German public history. The public face of memory culture in Germany is turned firmly away from any attempt to justify what was done or to challenge the way the wider world thinks about the regime. Coming to terms with the deplorable past is now built into the national identity of modern Germany. Though for how long it may last, of course, is another question, if we think decades further down the line. Now, what I really want to ask this evening is this question of why is there such a difference in the way in which memory politics has evolved in the two countries where the totalitarian past shares many common characteristics? Now, one simple answer, of course, is the Soviet Union was a victor in 1945, while Germany was utterly defeated and, thanks to bombing, physically destroyed. In current Russian memory politics, the Soviet Union was not only the victor, but actually the most important of the victors in the defeat of Germany's armed forces. The failure of the West to acknowledge that has long been a source of Russian resentment, though indeed there is a great deal of literature in the West now that tries to demonstrate very clearly how important the role of the Red Army was. But nonetheless, that resentment remains. The failure of the West to acknowledge that has been a long source of Russian resentment. In Russia, as in the former Soviet Union, there is public and political endorsement of the unique role played by the Red Army in defeating fascism and reconstructing Eastern Europe. This is seen as a positive achievement, and it is embedded in Russian public history, just as rejection of Nazism is built into German public history. Now, it's obvious that Russian leaders have no incentive to start regretting the abuses of a totalitarian system, because that would undermine an important element in Russian national identity, a fact made evident, I think, in all the extravagant celebrations of VE Day in recent years in Moscow. Second factor, I think, an equally significant factor, is the difference between the ideological rhetoric of the two totalitarian regimes. Now, Hitler's Germany, we know, was dedicated to creating a new world order that was designed principally to benefit Germans at the expense of conquered, subject, and dependent peoples, and most particularly, of course, at the expense of Europe's 11 million Jews. These were narrowly racist and ethnocentric views, which had no universal appeal and were not intended to have. By contrast, the language spoken by the Stalin regime was universalist, the promise of liberation, in inverted commas, from social oppression, imperialism, and war by a system ideologically committed to peace and social progress. Now, these universal claims, as opposed to the narrowly racist claims of the Third Reich, explain why there were so many supporters and fellow travelers in the West who were also willing to believe that Soviet aspirations had a universal application and that the language of peace and social progress was genuine. Now, although for decades now the historical truth about the totalitarian extremes of the Soviet system has been readily available, the idea that the Soviet Union was a force for human progress, while the Third Reich was the opposite, has shaped for decades the way in which the two systems are remembered. Now, there's been an understandable reluctance to relativize the Third Reich by comparing it with Stalin's Soviet Union. And indeed, that is now considered grounds for historical defamation in Russia today. In Germany, there's always strong public hostility, and I've experienced it, to the idea that German collective guilt might be tempered by exploring the crimes of communism. This invokes the shadow of the political scientist Ernst Nolte, whose argument 40 years ago that Nazism was in some way the mirror image of Soviet communism was widely and vigorously rejected, and indeed is still rejected today. For the wider world, the third factor I want to focus on is a different way in which the two regimes are remembered outside Germany and the Soviet Union. For the wider world, the differing approaches to the two forms of totalitarianism has been cemented by wide differences in public history concerned with the two regimes. The decision to name the 27th of January as Holocaust Memorial Day, approved by the UN General Assembly in November 2005, has encouraged numerous initiatives to recall the Holocaust, both at events and in monuments and museums. Programs of education on the Holocaust, and by implication the uniquely evil character of National Socialist Germany, have become embedded in Britain and the United States. And indeed, in Britain today, new Holocaust memorial sites are being created all the time. All school-age children in Britain and the United States are exposed at some point to the story of the Jewish genocide. Holocaust denial is presented as a particularly obnoxious form of historical disinformation, though we might talk about that a bit later, because Holocaust denial, of course, is one of the ways in which you can approach German totalitarianism in a more positive way. And it's alive and well, as I know, and some of you probably know, because I get emails from Holocaust deniers regularly. Now, public awareness of the consequences of German totalitarianism is higher now in the West than ever before. But all those students who know what the Gestapo is would puzzle over the acronym NKVD, because there is no public history in the West devoted to understanding the central instruments of Soviet totalitarianism. The idea of the perpetrator, for example, has been taken over and is widely used to describe those Germans who participated in the brutalities and racism of the German totalitarian system and their allies in other parts of Europe. But the term perpetrator is never applied to those who aided and abetted the deportations, mass murders, torture, and imprisonment of the victims of Soviet rule. And it's quite an interesting example I have too. I tried using the word concentration camp to describe the camps in the Soviet Union when I was giving a general lecture on concentration camps. And I was asked by the organizers to remove this from my talk because nobody likes to call the Gulag concentration camps. That's exactly what, of course, they were. Now, this contrast in public history suggests that disinformation, or the distortion of historical reality, is a product both of deliberate manipulation by authorities, political and academic, who want a sanitized version of the past, but also of deficient knowledge about the real nature of Soviet totalitarianism, which can only be challenged by a comparable program of public education. Now, there is little sign that the West has much appetite for such a program, while the appetite for the finite and clearly defined crime of Jewish genocide grows in size each year. August the 23rd ought to be a date like the 27th of January, when there is public recognition of what totalitarianism in general has done, and might indeed do again in the future. This, I would suggest, is a political project as much as a project for historians. Thank you. You have your microphone turned off.
Sorry. So the second presentation, the title of the second presentation is Historical Manipulations as the Kremlin's Foreign Policy Instrument with Regard to Poland, Preliminary Results of a Campaign. And a few introductory words for Dr. Łukasz Adamski, historian, Deputy Director of the Center for Polish-Russian Dialogue and Understanding. Fields of research: Russian foreign policy, Russian and Ukrainian politics of memory, and history of Polish-Russian or Soviet relations. Recently published with Bartolomeu Gaius, Circles of the Russian Revolution, Internal and International Consequences of the Year 1917 in Russia, and with Gregory Hrychuk, Volhynia and Galicia When the Red Army Returned, published by the Center for Polish-Russian Dialogue and Understanding in 2019. Dr. Adamski.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the introduction. And my presentation will be a follow-up, actually, to papers delivered already by Professor Kornat, Professor Overy. So I would like also to focus on the Russian politics of memory, but on the specific case of Russian, let's say, so to say, historical campaign against Poland, which was a very vivid in the year 2019. Later, after the pandemic broke out, also those historical tensions diminish for a moment, but I'm quite sure that they will reappear. So I would like to present you some of my analysis and conclusions. So let me start my presentation in a moment. I've already mentioned the Russian historical campaign and the absolute peak of this campaign, and also the moment where the campaign attracted international attention was December 2019, where the highest Russian authorities, first of all, Vladimir Putin, several times mentioned Poland on occasion of various meetings, political meetings, not of course not academic conferences. And then Vladimir Putin expressed several views which provoked really Polish public opinion, which gained an international attention, and the most probably well-known was his calling the pre-war Poland's ambassador to Berlin, Mr. Lipski, to be a swine, anti-Semitic swine, and then the accusation that Poland and Polish politicians actually, this is the quotation here I gave, Polish politicians contributed to the beginning of the Second World War. So the objectives of my paper would be actually to analyze what topics have been touched upon by Kremlin's propaganda to discredit Poland and its history in the recent years. What argumentation and manipulation techniques have been used in this campaign? What was the reasons which motivated the Russian authorities to launch such attacks on Poland, and did this, let's say, smear campaign bring about the intended result? Perhaps I should begin with a description of objectively existing bones of contentions between Poland and Russia, between traditional, let's say, vision of Poland's history, of Polish-Russian history dominating in Poland, and then that which is dominating in Russia, and to some extent still in the Western Union. It's mainly due to the importance and influence of the Russian historiography of the 19th century, which shaped then the popular convictions in the Western Union about the Eastern European history. So I think there are few, if any, cases in the world where two neighboring countries disagree even how long they have been neighbors. In the traditional Polish view, Poland and Russia have been neighbors since 1569, so 450 years, more or less. Whereas in the traditional Russian view, Poland and Russia have been neighbors 1,000 years, or even more. And this is because of the inclusion of the whole history of medieval Rus, Ruthenia, so the state which now is, the territory of which is now divided between Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, also some portions of Poland. And the inclusion of this, the history of the state of Rus, Ruthenia to the Russian history, and treating Ruthenia as a part of the Russian national tradition. Then another bone of contention is how to assess the presence of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth on the territory of the contemporary Ukraine and Belarus, so on the territory of countries which, according to this traditional Russian historiography, mainly Imperial Russian historiography, are also Russian lands. Then how to assess the emergence of the Greek Catholic Church, United Church, in the lands of today's Ukraine and Belarus in 1905. How to then, of course, how to assess, how to evaluate the Soviet period, the Soviet Union. And here I can add that whereas in Poland, the Soviet and in Central Europe as a rule, the Soviet Union is treated, of course, as the second European totalitarian regime. Then Russian authorities, even if they don't deny the totalitarian nature of the Stalinist regime, which is also a question, especially in the recent years. So definitely the Russian authorities treat the Soviet Union as a normal participant of international relations. So as a country which conducted, let's say, a normal foreign policy, the same foreign policy basing on the same values and interests as pre-war Britain, France, Poland. Then, of course, how to assess the war, 1920, how to assess Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact, and then the Second World War and post-war Poland's history, so under the dominance of the Soviet Union. And what was triggers of the conflict? This conflict, which I repeat, began actually this conflict existed all the time after 1991, perhaps with the exception of the early Yeltsin's period. Then conflict about the interpretation of the memory of the past of the 20th century increased more and more, but really it started to to be a huge burden over the relations of two nations in 2015, 2014 after attack against Ukraine, and then 2015-16 where Poland adopted a new decommunization law, and according to this law, removal of monuments of the Red Army, so-called monuments of gratitude of the Polish nation for the liberation by the Red Army, have to be removed as symbols of totalitarian regime. And of course, there were some other reasons as contradicting foreign policy goals with regards to Ukraine and Belarus. And then it became explicitly visible in recent years, blaming Poland and Baltic states for this shift in the Western European collective memory, and also for the already mentioned resolution of the European Parliament about the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact. Here, just as an illustration, this is the tweet of the Russian embassy to Warsaw with the map of Poland and Soviet Union in the Second World War. And if you look carefully on Poland's border, and here on another map it is even more visible, then you can see that Poland have its western borders as existing in 1939, so pre-war Poland border, but eastern Polish border, it is Ribbentrop-Molotov line. It is not current Polish, Ukrainian, Belarusian, Lithuanian border, not Curzon line, but Ribbentrop-Molotov line. So according to the Soviet interpretation, certain cities and territories which now constitute provinces of the Polish state, 2021, and of course were Polish before the war, in the Second World War belonged to the Soviet Union. So just to sum up, what the Russian leaders accuse Poland of. And I did such analysis, I'm doing actually on permanent basis, reading the statement of the Russian MFA, of the Russian embassy in Warsaw, watching Kremlin's conferences, and then of course observing and analyzing popular Russian TV program in pro-Kremlin TV stations. So mainly it is first policy of the Polonization of the, in quotation marks, Russian population. Russian meaning Belarusian and Ukrainian in the modern sense. Then aggression against Soviet Union, Soviet Russia and Soviet Ukraine in 1920. Then causing death of several dozen thousands Soviet soldiers in Poland in 1920, 1921. So this is my let's say my comments. They were in the prisoners of war camps, and many of them, probably 16,000 out of 200,000, really died because of the pandemic of Hispanic flu. But similarly, also Polish soldiers in the Soviet prisoners of war died, but according to Russian interpretation, mentioned also several times by Vladimir Putin, they were subject of deliberate extermination. Then diplomatic support for Nazi rule Germany and complicity with Hitler against peace in Europe, partition of Czechoslovakia together with Germany. This is something new, co-responsibility for Holocaust, and this accusation appeared for the first time exactly 2019. Firstly, in this speech delivered by Vladimir Putin. Then, of course, promotion of historical revisionism in Europe and blasphemy. This is quotation mark from the language of the Russian diplomacy against the Red Army soldiers. And what techniques are used to persuade the public opinion, foreign readers to this Kremlin's vision of the history? This is, of course, half-truths and open lies. In a moment, I will show you the examples. But this is also various sophisma, like false analogies, false alternatives, etymological manipulation, reverse causation, retroactive determinism. This is also presentism in historical interpretation. Very popular is argumentum ad populum, so let's say populist interpretation. And then argument to appeal to the authority, which I called reductio ad Nurembergam, so reduction at Nuremberg, appeal to emotions, and then of course evidently manipulative and not sustainable interpretation of the international law, and of course ignoring unsavory facts. And now some examples. I have already several minutes, so please accept my apologies that they will be depicted very briefly. For example, we have a very interesting manipulative interpretation of the Russian mission in Geneva Twitter account, according to release in the last years, that in 1920, Poland committed an act aggression against Russia, and then this miracle on the Vistula allowed Warsaw to eventually occupy part of the Ukrainian, Belarusian, Lithuanian, and German lands. Why German, I can't understand. What is the manipulation here? Even in the Soviet-Russian legal doctrine, Soviet Belarus and Soviet Ukraine were separate states, and all hostilities, all military conflict between Soviet Russia and Soviet Ukraine on the one hand, and on the other hand, Poland and Ukrainian People's Republic, took place on the territory of contemporary Belarus and Ukraine, not Russia. And this was recognized also by the Soviet government. But then another example of the open lie, tweet of the MFA, Russian MFA, where it is stated that the text of the non-aggression treaty between Germany and the Soviet Union was identical to that of the German-Polish treaty 1934. This is a lie, since this statement did not include the secret protocol. Yeah? So this is the basic difference. Polish-German declaration on non-using violence in bilateral relations did not include any secret protocol about the divisions of Europe on the sphere, so-called sphere of influence. Then reductio ad Nurembergam. Then Maria Zakharova, this is the spokesperson of the Russian MFA. She said that the truth was fixed by Nuremberg Tribunal, and if Polish politicians put this decision into doubt, then they should say openly that this is a revision of the result of the Second World War. Appeal to emotions. There are lots of criticism and lots of public comments of the Russian politicians regarding the removal of the Soviet monuments in Poland. Then half-truth. The Soviet Union was not in a state of war with Poland, and this was recognized not only by the Western countries but also by the Polish government in exile. This is not true, since between 1939 and 1941, the official interpretation of the Polish government was that Poland is the state of war both with Germany and with the Soviet Union, and it was publicly also stated. It was also concluded in various public statements and diplomatic notes of protest. Only after Germany's attacks against the Soviet Union, and then restoration of the Polish-Soviet diplomatic ties, this interpretation changed. Then false alternative. 1939. The Soviet Union, Poland has only two options: either to be conquered entirely by Germany, or allow Soviet troops and to occupy eastern parts of the Polish state and then incorporate. So either Soviet Union Red Army had to intervene and occupy the part of Poland, or allow till Germany troops reach the Soviet border. Of course, we can imagine several other options. For example, support of the Red Army to the Polish military.
3 minutes left. 3 minutes left.
Now, the question whether this campaign brought about results. In Poland, this is the result of the published opinion polls. Most Polish people heard of this campaign. Of course, it affected negatively the image of Russia. But what about the Russian? What about the Russian reaction? Here, I'm showing you several answers of the Russian public opinion. We conducted a special poll. Look at this diagram. Which countries are responsible for the outbreak of the Second World War? 10% of the Russian public opinion answered that it was Poland. I'm sure that if this question had been asked 10 years ago, nobody would even have thought about Poland as the country responsible for the Second World War. Then also I would like to show you the results of the Russian perception of, for example, Katyn massacre. Almost half of the Russians have never heard of that, but almost all Russians have heard about the removal of monuments of the Russian in Poland. So to conclude, whereas this smear campaign launched by Putin, Naryshkin, and some other high Russian officials, I think, did not bring about intended results in the international dimension. So Western countries, Western public opinion did not actually were confused what the Russians want, and they did not believe in this accusation. Poland gained then much diplomatic support. Then I would argue that at least a part of the Russian public opinion believe in this accusation, and of course it increased the image of Poland as a hostile country, as a country which manipulates the history and which has at least so many committed so many sins, mistakes, crimes in the past as the Soviet Union. And this was probably the main goal of this campaign. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Adamski. The title of the third presentation is what we learn from the disinformation of the GDR state security in the Federal Republic of Germany, but that was the initial title, which was rephrased, what do we learn from East German and Cold War disinformation? So unfortunately, I have only the bio of Professor Helmut Müller-Embergs, and I will read the short bio. So Professor Helmut Müller-Embergs, University of Southern Denmark, professor at the Center for Cold War Studies, Department of History at the University of Southern Denmark. He has worked as a research assistant at the Free University's Central Research Institute. From 1992 until 2019, he was a research officer with the Federal Commission for the Stasi Records. And since 2015, he is head of counterintelligence for the state of Berlin. Fields of research, detailed investigation of informal collaborators, and the main intelligence administration of the East German Ministry of State Security, as well as espionage and intelligence service psychology. Recently published 3 volumes on informal collaborators in the German Democratic Republic under the general title Inoffizielle Mitarbeiter des Ministeriums für Staatssicherheit, and another volume, Intelligence Service Psychology, published in 2008 with Sven Max Lichtche and Dietrich Ungerer, and with Thomas Wegener Fries, the DDR espionage von Albanien bis Großbritannien, published in 2018. So the paper will be presented by Professor Thomas Wegener Ries. Professor Ries.
Well, thank you very much for the presentations. Those of you who know, Helmut would say it doesn't look like him at all. No, that's true. He was unable to attend today, and I was happy to jump in. Usually I'm working as the head of Center for Cold War Studies at our university. I've been working with Helmut on several projects on East German intelligence, and that is the direction this presentation will take us on. I will try here to open my PowerPoint.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if it's working. Is it working for you?
Yes.
Because his looks very fine. That's our new title. And the key word in this is the word disinformation. Disinformation is really a very slippery and very difficult word. We've had all different kinds of related terms today already. Is it subversion? Is it covert actions? We've also heard misinformation. We've heard fake news. What about active measures? Maybe it's political ideological diversion, as it was called in many socialist countries before, or is it just another word for propaganda? Actually, it does matter what we call the child, and that is what we are in the direction that we're taking it today, because some of these words are legal in a democratic framework. Some of them are definitely somehow into the illegal, and some of them are just plain illegitimate, or trying to put the center into an illegitimate corner. First of all, I think it's very important to keep clear that trying to influence people in a democratic public is totally legitimate. We are allowed to do that, and also people from abroad might do that. Often, even though it's sometimes a bit inconvenient, that's the way it is in a democracy. And actually, I would claim this is one of the big strengths in democracy, and one of the things that we did learn in the Cold War, that we were able to work with this strength, whereas many of the socialist countries were unable to deal with different political agendas. However, there's of course a difference between trying to influence and working as an agent for a foreign intelligence service, which in most countries is actually illegal. I just brought this picture along, which is actually nothing to do with intelligence, or it has something to do with it because it's one of the leitmotifs, or one of the themes of East German propaganda throughout the Cold War, namely the question of how do we use the Second World War, how do we use the continuity in the Federal Republic of Germany of countries from the Nazi period, how do we use that as a propaganda tool. This is actually from a propaganda brochure which we use in the Baltic Sea region usually to the smaller Baltic neighbors, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, Finland. And here it's quite easy to understand. We have the big fat West German looking a little bit like somewhere between Hitler and Himmler. And if somebody in the audience could not understand that he's a West German, the cartoonist wrote West Germany on him, and Mr. West Germany is now crossing the border into Denmark. That is a blonde woman, yes, standing with a Danish flag, so everybody can understand it. And saying 1945, they said we are going to come back, and now they are back. This is a caricature which was accompanying the NATO, the creation of NATO Command for Baltic Approaches, which was a joint Danish-West German, which was a Danish-West German project. The problem with active measures or illegal disinformation is really that it's extremely difficult to recognize from the outside. And I will bring one example. It was actually not East German, but it's a quite well-known Soviet case for allegedly Soviet disinformation. At least it was discussed like this in the Western countries in the early 80s. So this would be like the prominent example of this. It was the arrest of a somewhat known leftist Danish author, Arne Herlev Petersen, in 1981. And he was accused of being an agent of influence for the Soviets. He was, as you see here, dragged under media attention to the local police station. However, he was never put to trial, which is of course a clever thing to do, but let out. Also so people could get the impression, well, he's probably somewhat guilty, but not officially guilty in a court of law, because how would it is very, very difficult to prove what's going on in people's heads. Yes, he was meeting the Soviet diplomats. Yes, these Soviet diplomats was probably from the KGB, and yes, he was publishing stuff which were somewhat favorable to the Soviet Union, or to the agenda of the Soviet Union in the early 80s, but he was also a member of the peace movement. So the question is, of course, is this coming from Moscow or from the Soviet embassy, or is it just popping out of his head? And how would you ever be able to show that in a court of law? So this way was easier. The guy was branded. The peace movement was altogether branded as pro-Soviet, and the state had no real part in it. When we look at disinformation or propaganda in general, I think we have to be attentive of the different kind of propaganda which, for instance, the East Germans were using in Western Europe during the Cold War, whether it was white or gray or black propaganda. This is actually a well-fitted orchestra playing together. And if you're not an expert in this, it can be very hard to judge who is actually playing the melody. Also because the melody is often kind of the same, or the themes which was brought to the market was often quite the same. More or less, three subjects was what the East Germans was presenting to the international public throughout 40 years. A, East Germany was a state of peace. B, East Germany was a successful and modern state. And three, capitalism in general and West Germany in particular is a bad place. And the West Germany was supposed to be the showcase for that in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. One of the leading arguments was the historical continuation of Nazis in position in West Germany, as we see here. The Brown Book presented by the East German, where they were quite rightly so pointing toward West German officials, saying, well, they were actually Nazis or working for the Nazi regime during the war. What Nick was actually talking about in the last panel, just because the enemy is saying it is not necessarily untrue, and this was actually playing on something which did happen in West Germany, and which we haven't faced in Germany until, say, the last 20 years, give and take. One of the reasons probably was that the East German Soviet propaganda, people say, no, we don't address that, we don't admit that the East is right on this point. So let's just leave it. Let's just leave this question all alone. When we're looking at the white propaganda, that's quite easy to understand, because that's just the propaganda where we know who are the sender. It's clear in this case, for instance, East German radio broadcasted to most in all over the world. Radio Berlin International was the voice of the East German regime, and people listening into this was often people already living in a bubble. This is nothing new, something to do with the internet. We have media bubbles already during the Cold War of people already knowing or believing that the Soviet bloc was true, and thus keeping themselves updated through a variety of communist or pro-communist communist media. That's actually the easy part. The difficult part, that's here. That's where the propaganda gets gray, where you don't know that is actually East Germans which are talking to you, but it's rather local, seeming to be the guy from next door in your own country, propagating by proxy for East Germany or the Soviet bloc. I just brought you here a picture. That's the head of the Danish Communist Party meeting with his East German colleague. I brought this along not just because I'm coming from Denmark myself, but also because the Danish party was pretty much on Moscow East German time. So what they were presented was very much identical to what the comrades was saying. Then you have stuff like the Friendship Society, which was also very closely aligned with East Berlin, and lastly, and very much debated. So the peace movements, where it gets certainly get more blurred, and that's where you also can see that the gray has a lot of different tones, because you definitely have genuine ideas which is somehow playing along with an agenda which is also set by the Soviet Union. So here it gets quite difficult to say where does the one start and where does the next continue. And then we have the black propaganda, which was what I would like to be coming to in the end, namely the active measures or covert action by intelligence services. Actually, a favorite subject of many intelligence and security authorities during the Cold War, East or West, because it fitted so very well with what they themselves thought about the world. That propaganda, in essence, had to come from the opponent's secret apparatus. That dissent somehow in society should be accredited to secret organization of the opponent. Though of course you see the difference in the regimes, East and West. When there was a subject of this in Eastern Europe, this was generally criminal. It would be political ideological diversion, whereas in the West it was a nuisance. It was criminalized. It was surveyed by the security services without usually being directly criminal. I would claim there's quite a big difference between active measures abroad and active measures at home. The first one being very an exclusive category, because doing active measures of covert action in a different country, in a different environment, linguistic and culturally, is actually quite difficult. It risks your assets, and it risks blowing covers of already existing agents. So I would like generally to warn against the perception of the Cold War that this was really a big deal. Often it was only because security services in the West were unable to differentiate between rape propaganda and the actual covert actions. And also I would like to warn generally that when we find, for instance, Western journalists working for the Stasi or for the brother or fraternal or agencies in Eastern Europe, that we should just assume that they were doing active measures or launching press campaigns. Usually that is not the case. Journalists are just a massively overrepresented part of the agent population that we know of, because they have great possibilities to work as an agent. Also, we should look at the numbers. In East Germany, there was a disinformation apparatus within the East German Foreign Intelligence, the Department 10 of the main Department A of the Ministry of State Security. However, looking at this, they were operating in the late 80s, at the height of the apparatus of the Stasi, operating 64 officers within this department. Then one could say, well, 64 officers, that's a lot of people. That's 2 school classes, and everybody who's been teaching in schools know that 2 school classes can make a lot of making a lot of noise. But still, you have to see these about approximately 60 people in correlation with the 4,600 employees of foreign intelligence, or the 91,000 employees of the Ministry of State Security altogether. Just remembering that the East German State Security was also just a communist combinat, and not only an efficient machine as it was somewhat. One of the very nice examples of covert action is actually what Nick was talking about in the last panel, where he was talking about the AIDS conspiracy, and I think this works very fine with what he was saying. The pressure put upon by the Soviet Union, by the United States, because pretty much at this time we see an escalation from sides of the fraternal services, the Stasi and the Bulgarian, which here 2 colleagues in Germany have dealt with. So it doesn't go away. It just moves into another area where the Soviet complicity is not so easily proven. My own favorite covert action or active measure is actually very nice, because it's not it has nothing to do with truth or being untruthful. It's a project which was launched by the East German Foreign Intelligence Service in the late 60s. The aim was to publish 2 books, 2 history books written by the man you can see here in the middle of the picture. His name was Professor Kurt Viehweg. He was actually a former political prisoner in East Germany. He was a Stasi spy, and he was an excellent expert of Nordic history. He wrote 2 manuscripts for the East German State Security, largely based on American sources, on American historicals from Berlin Document Center, acquired by the Stasi for him to work with. And these books were going to be launched under the name The Trojan Horse, to discredit social democrats in Sweden and Denmark due to their cooperation with Nazi Germany during the war, under the, so to speak, with the idea they worked with Nazis before, they're working with Nazis again, they are not to be trusted. However, as these books were actually being finished and were also presented in the Danish case to the author, they found a young Danish historian who would be willing to launch the book in his own name. He was euphoric about it, actually wanting to go to the Danish Prime Minister to tell him about the findings which he had done in East German archives. I think that also goes to show that this actually had, as these historical arguments had some explosivity in him, because I don't know about you guys, but I have never in my life had the idea that I want to call the Prime Minister talking about my newest findings. However, this very nice project was blown off due to political reasons, because the attitude towards social democrats changed. They were no longer supposed to be the enemies of East German foreign policy, but more like Soviet foreign policy, but partners within the detente discussion. And so the manuscript went into the archive, and to some extent were destructed during the peaceful revolution.
Yes, 3 minutes. 3 minutes left. 3 minutes left.
Because I'm coming to the end. I'm coming to my final argument, namely that actually we should sometimes look more at active measures at home, because, as I said, so active measures abroad is really difficult. It's also a bit dangerous. Whereas when you launch, if you launch disinformation at home, you're totally without risk. You can choose the people you're already working with, and they have nowhere to otherwise. Usually, at least in dictatorship, they have nowhere to run. But also in the West, you can choose your hand-picked journalists. This is the case of this from my own home country, Denmark, when the Soviet-supported World Peace Council, 1985, had a meeting. It was put under surveillance by Danish police intelligence, and it forwarded critical information from these operations to hand-chosen journalists, one of which is at least were ready to present this material secretly and as his own. Now we're going, so to speak, coming to the end, going back to the author, which was framed as a Soviet agent of influence, and see how the intelligence service at home reacted to this. In the whole debate about him, we see information which were in the intelligence community and usually not supposed to get out, certainly showed up in a national newspaper, never having anybody questioning where this came from until a government commission mentioned it about 10 years ago. So that would be my final word. Look out, especially for disinformation at home. And disinformation abroad is exclusive, it's difficult, but of course it's something, it's a factor which exists. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, the last presentation will be made by Professor Marcela Sălăgean. The title of the presentation is The Romanian Revolution of 1989, Disinformation and Manipulation. Marcela Sălăgean is professor at Babeș-Bolyai University in Cluj-Napoca, Romania, at the Faculty of History and Philosophy and the Department of International Studies and Contemporary History, fields of research, Contemporary History of Romania, Transylvania in 20th Century International Relations, and Romanian Foreign Policy Analysis in the 20th Century. She is member of the ENRS Advisory Board, author, co-author, and coordinator of 19 volumes and several dozen studies and articles dealing with topics in the field of Romania's contemporary history and international relations. Recently published Between Nazism and Communism, Between Diplomacy and Security, the International Status of Romania from 1933 until 1939, published in the 20th Century Between War and Peace, Romania in the Turmoil of History, a volume edited by Dumitru Preda, and Changes in Europe After the Great War, published in the volume Multiculturalism in Transylvania After the Paris Peace Conference, edited by Marina Trufan and Marius Mureșan. Professor Sălăgean, please.
Okay, thank you very much. You hear me now? Everything is okay?
Of course, yes, yes.
Yeah. Most of those who study the past know the stroke history. Some events has been presented to the public opinion more or less different from reality. Many events have been used with the intention to mislink, to justify political decisions, wars, to denigrate or promote personalities, countries, or peoples. Depending on interest manifested in different periods, some events were made public, taken out of the context, or not fully described. On the contrary, facts that did not exist were added to them. Those many events were used for disinformation and manipulation. Although disinformation and manipulation are strategies quite common in the human history, but in the 20th century, they were used much more frequently than before by leaders in institutions and secret services at a national and international level. In the case of Romania, during the communist regime, the media had mainly ideological and propaganda functions, and the informative programs were censored so that everything that was to be transmitted to the public would not define the regime. Television, radio, and newspapers were subordinated to the communist authorities. In that situation, population, in order to be able to obtain information from sources independent of the communist regime, turned its interest to the television programs of the neighboring countries, which, however, were more accessible only for the inhabitants near the borders, and from the foreign radio station, especially Free Europe and Voice of America. The program of these two radio stations had a remarkably high rating and credibility. Then, as in many other parts of the world, there were direct interpersonal accounts of participants or witnesses to various events, but this way of informing was done in a small setting between people who knew each other. However, by transmitting various information orally from one person to another, gradually, even unintentionally, the place of true information was taken by less correct information, characterized by exaggeration or omissions. In the mid-December 1989, when the first protest against the Ceausescu regime broke out in Timișoara, the country's population heard about what happened on the radio station Free Europe and Voice of America, as well as on the Yugoslavian and Hungarian radio and television, which were important sources of information for the Romanian peoples until December 22. The country's media did not report anything about the popular demonstration in Timișoara, nor about the brutal reaction of authorities. Instead, foreign news agencies were full of information and reports about Romania, but none of the information they provided was always correct. Thus, the disinformation and manipulation existing in Romania in the last 2 weeks of December 1989 cannot be attributed only to the internal media or internal authorities. Right after the fall of the Ceausescu regime, the new free Romanian media take a huge amount of information from foreign news agencies without always being able to check it. The best known example are some fake news and images of atrocities in Timișoara, which had a wide circulation at the time. Regarding this subject, there are authors who claim that, and I will present two opinions. First, the Radio Free Europe is one of that misinformed the international public opinion and the Romanian one about the situation in Timișoara. The second opinion, the invocation of common peace, massacre, and mutilated body in Timișoara is considered the symbol of the biggest lies in the entire history of the televisions. As the revolt in Timișoara spread over several days, and the access to the city and the telephone connection with the inhabitants were blocked, rumor began to be part of the everyday life. Fear and insecurity was established throughout the country after Radio Free Europe announced that a genocide had taken place in Timișoara, that there were 10,000 of dead, mutilated bodies, communities. The situation has become even more worrying on December 21, when at a mass meeting organized in Bucharest by Ceausescu, the participants shouted slogans against the Romanian communist leader and refused to leave the central street, leading the authorities to start repression against them. Then the authorities began to bloody repression in Bucharest. The next day, December 22, demonstration against Ceausescu started in many towns across the country. In Bucharest, after an unsuccessful attempt to have another public speech, Nicolae Ceausescu was forced to leave. and he is in a helicopter, he and his wife. At noon, at 12:55, the Romanian television, remained free Romanian television, announced the fall of the Ceausescu, and until the evening, the new leaders of the country appeared on TV. It was the moment when the disinformation and manipulation, already present in the case of Timișoara, increased considerably. Starting with December 22, the events followed one another quickly in Romania, and the drama and the images and messages on television was unprecedented. For the first time in the Romanian history, the citizen follows a revolution live on the television and radio. The Romanian people receive images and messages that have been inoculated in their collective mind for a long time. As at that time, social interaction between people was much more fragmented than are today. Everything that was broadcast on TV was amplified by discussion between people. The rumors were easy to believe, and everything what broadcast on TV became certainty. It was shown on TV, the whole country saw it, it couldn't be oversight. The way in which this revolution took place in front of the public was unique. The broadcast studio number 4 of the Romanian televisions became the place where the action of those days seems to be coordinated. Together with the representative of the television staff and the new authorities, well-known writers, artists, athletes, etc., addressed to the public. The representative of the army were also present. Generals, officers, even younger soldiers on television requested for both the seizure and the withdrawal of the troops from the street to the military bases, but at the same time, they asked soldiers to respond to the action of the terrorists. On TV, usually from various pieces of paper, were read information and messages. The leader of the new power structure and their first decisions were presented to the population from all over the country, but there are some misinformation. So the studio number 4 was symbolically transformed into a court. And those present here became judges, especially of the relative of Ceausescu couple, but also of others, his collaborators, or any other person who was considered suspect. Here in the center, this man in the green, that is the Nicolae Ceausescu younger son, Nicu Ceausescu. From the national television station, but also on the radio and in the press, were presented and transmitted false information, which has a negative heroes, the Ceausescu family, the security forces, and terrorists. A realistic forces was created to which the media fully contributed. For example, it is said that were 10,000 of them. That fighting between the army and security forces took place in different parts of the country. That there were horrible torture and mass murder. The bloody supply from a hospital in Bucharest was destroyed by terrorists. That the citizens of a rural area transmitted that there is a secret airport where the Ceausescu's couple was ready to leave the country. Buildings of strategic importance were threatened by the terrorist attack. The drinking water from the public distribution system is poisoned in Bucharest and in other important cities in the country, etc. Regarding this last example, at one point there was an episode that today could be considered pretty amazing. An army officer present on television in the studio number 4 asked the new authorities that the store be well supplied with mineral water, beer, and wine, so that the population do not have to drink water from the public system of distributions. In addition to television, what was written in the newspapers appeared after December 32 was also credible for the population. In the first 24 hours after the fall of the Ceausescu, most newspapers changed their name. For example, Scânteia The daily official newspaper of the Romanian Communist Party on December 23 was Scânteia Poporului, Spark of the People. A few days later, Adevărul, the Truth. Scânteia Tineretului, Spark of the Young, changes name in Tineretul Liber, in English something Free Young. Informația Bucureștiului, Bucharest Information became Libertatea, Liberty, and etc. Many false information and diversion was published in the press. The best known were articles by which Ceaușescu was accused of killing of 60,000 people as a result of the repression order adopted. Articles which reported the existence of the common peace with a large number of bodies. The terrorists entered in various hospitals, maternity hospitals, and shot innocent people and even newborns. In the newspaper Informația Tineretul Liber, in December 26 was published one article under the name Criminals Fighting with a Baby. I present one example. And in that article, it's mentioned that the baby was shot in the night of December 23 at the Steaua Maternity Hospital in Bucharest. Of course, there was fake news. The Steaua Maternity Hospital in Bucharest exists, but nobody checked this information. Also, there were many hostile articles about the member of the Ceaușescu family, especially about his youngest son, Nicu. Most of the news from the newspapers were also transmitted on TV. There was no question of checking to who transmitted the information or another, whatever it was true or false. The messages sent to the public through media aimed to obtain the following result. Awareness of the fact that the main enemy of the Romanian people was couple Elena and Nicolae Ceaușescu. Exploited the departure of the Ceaușescu couple from Bucharest in order to induce in the public opinion feelings of hatred toward the Ceaușescu family, as well as desire for revenge. Regarding the departure of the Nicolae Ceaușescu and Elena Ceaușescu, in December 22, in the media, especially on TV, it was said that they left when they had to be judged by the Romanian people. Such example, accusing security forces as the enemy of the people. Since December 16 until December 22, both for a radio broadcast and rumors circulated through the country, wrongly indicated that the author of the repression is the security. Although, as later demonstrated, the primary source of this false information were the new agency, TASS, Danube, and MT, which knew that the units involved in the repression in Timișoara, Bucharest, and other cities belonging to the army. Through television, the security units and its generals were asked to abandon Ceaușescu and other traitors. We don't specify exactly who were the other traitors. At the same time, security was accused of numerous crimes. Right. The presence of the threat of terrorists has always been invoked, but the terrorists have never been shown. The special terrorist diversion was used a lot. It is interesting that security was replaced by terrorists after December 22. Terrorists were described as being more dangerous than security troops. The terrorists was presented as either fanatical Romanians willing to commit the worst crimes to bring Ceaușescu back to power, or Arabs, especially Libyans, who had trained in Romania and were devoted to Nicolae Ceaușescu. And last example, the presentation of the chaos created by the fall of the Ceaușescu regime wanting to induce the feeling of panic in the collective mentality. The main topic of the speech of those who appear on TV to address to the population were first, blaming the former leader and his family. Nicolae Ceaușescu was presented as guilty of horrible crimes against the Romanian people, a man without heart and without soul, a fanatic, a country's traitors. Second example, presentation and amplification, the conflict between terrorists, army, and civilians. Third, appeal to the national feelings of the Romanians and the need to establish and defend democracy and public order. Four, glorification of the Romanian army. In those days, soldiers were considered heroes because at one point they sat by the people protesting against Nicolae Ceausescu. The army is with us. Here on the tank is right, Armata e cu noi, in English is the army is with us, was for a few days one of the most popular slogans on the world countries. TV messages of the army's representatives were considered true, although over the time they were also proved fake and manipulators. In fact, the misleading created confusion and panic among the soldiers, and there were situations when, following disinformation, the soldiers opened fire on the false target with tragic result. For example, and I will present two examples. The drama of Otopeni Aeroport, now is the Hericon Aeroport in Bucharest, which is the airport in Romania. It's now throughout the country where 37 young soldiers were killed by other soldiers at the airport because they were confused with the terrorists. And second example, armed attack of the some cultural institution, Central University Library from Bucharest, the National Museum of Art, etc., based on fake information that there were terrorists in those institutions. After army attacks, heritage works were destroyed, and of course there were not terrorists. And the example could go on. The language used, especially on TV, was an important factor in the success of disinformation and manipulation. For example, the most frequent expression in December 22 were Ceausescu click pushed us into chaos and disorder. A second example, during this way, you will form a National Salvation Committee to start putting everything in order, and those present in the studio number 4 of Romanian television began to clap. Third, the citizens of this country live exceptional moments. Four, you must organize ourselves into a National Salvation Committee. And 5, to organize ourselves on the democratic basis, etc. Interesting and justifiable at the same time is the fact that the speeches on the television and radio, but also in the newspaper articles, there were also addressing formulas specific to the communist regime. The most common expression were comrade, dear comrade. Formulas that in December 1989 did not bother too much the large mass of the population. But such expressions have been condemned since January 1990 with the entry in the political life of the old inter-war political elites and the beginning of their conflict with National Salvation Front and Ion Iliescu. Looking back, any researcher who was able to realize that the images transmitted through media, primarily through television, formed a picture of the Romanian Revolution. A simple picture, but full of drama and emotions, which still exists in the memory of the contemporaries of those events. A picture in which there are two types of images, revolutionary and enemy. Disinformation and manipulation did not stop with the withdrawal of the population and the soldiers from the street. As its form, the political opposition, in turn, was the author of some opinions about the events of December 1989, and which, together with the numerous video recordings made those days, were sometimes used by the new political class for needs dictated by various political interests.
3 minutes left. 3 minutes left.
Yeah. Yes. On the other hand, I'm finished now. On the other hand, due to the role played by television, radio, and press in December 1989, and especially the audience and credibility of the media recordings then, in the 1990 presidential and parliamentary election, Ion Iliescu and National Salvation Front were able to benefit from the popularity of the tele-revolution of December 1989, which almost 100% of the country's population watching on TV, listened on the radio, or reading the newspapers. And perhaps, not coincidentally, in 1990, but not only, the phrase most often used against those who took power in December 1989 was, "You lie the people with the television." Here it's "ați mințit poporul cu television." Or in English, "You lie the people with television." Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sărăcean. Now we have several questions from the public, I suppose. Can you follow them on chat, or I shall read them for you? Okay, I will read them. Sorry. Yes, to Professor Overy. Yes. So the first question, it starts with a comment, is for Dr. Adamski. Regarding the Soviet occupation of Eastern Poland, the idea that the Soviet Union had the option of acting to support the Polish state against German aggression seems to be detached from reality. What was physically an option doesn't mean that it was practically an option in the context of the 20 years of Soviet-Polish relations. Would you not agree that the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was signed not in the spirit of genuine friendship, but rather from a Soviet desire to avoid or delay a war? Do you not think that an insistence to draw as many lines of disagreement simply fuels the fire of this bipolar approach towards history? In Poland, the anti-Russian sentiment makes any anti-Soviet argument sacrosanct and accepted without question. Does this not undermine attempts to arrive at a more universally agreed upon and accepted view of the context and developments of 1939? This doesn't diminish the patently untrue claims by Russian institutions about Poland's role in causing World War. So it's rather a long comment than a question or several questions. Yes, Dr.
Firstly, I would like to disagree with the comment that there are anti-Russian sentiment in Poland. So according to the public opinion polls we made, we don't see anti-Russian as such. We, of course, see the perception of the action taken by the Russian state, or by Kremlin, if you want, as a threat for Poland. It means that Poland perceives at the moment the Russian state as its rival enemy, even. But it doesn't mean that there are anti-Russian sentiment. Even today, I have a meeting with Mr. Vladimir Milov, who is a close aide of Mr. Navalny, and he told us about the perception of Poland by the Russian. Made by the Russian opposition, by all Russian who visit Europe, so they also do not discern anti-Russian sentiment. And even a Russian ambassador to Poland, who, by the way, is generally very hostily attitude towards Poland as such. He admits that there's no what he calls as Russophobia on the basic level. So this is my first answer. Secondly, about the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact, I deliberately avoided to go deeply into the historical interpretation, since the goal of my presentation was rather to show the instrument, techniques, framing methods used by Kremlin to promote a specific vision of Poland's past and Poland's role in pre-war history. So what I said is that if you ask about the 17th September 1939, about the Soviet aggression, that that one should actually disagree with the statement that there were only two options. This is so-called false alternative. If you try to frame the situation that that you have only two options, and my claim was that there were many other options, and this was let's say set on the level of methodologic framing of interpretations. As to the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact as such, to be honest, I disagree with you, but also I disagree, and I said it publicly, with the interpretation that blame the equal responsibility on the Soviet Union and on the Nazi Germany for the outbreak of the Second World War. No, Nazi Germany was interested in starting war, and Stalin was interested not to save peace in Europe. He had his own goals, definitely, but and then therefore by signing this agreement, which gave assurance to Nazi Germany that the Soviet Union would not be neutral or supportive of the Polish, British, French alliance. It of course it was beneficial for him, but probably, so I'm quite sure that he would have taken the decision to start the war even without the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact. Having said that, I don't want to put both states on equal responsibility, but I'm quite sure that Soviet Union is co-responsible for signing this pact and for aggression against them. Finland, Baltic states. So this was the answer on this long question, and I see that there's also a minor question, a small brief to me about the differences in Polish public opinion with regard to the Polish attitude towards Russia. We haven't asked Polish people about the political affiliations, so I can't conclude very credibly that, let's say, electorate of right wing is more for the policy of resisting Russia, whereas liberal electorate would like to improve the relations. But there are certain hints in the questions, for example, age, or the age of respondees, or the geographic location, which correlated with the support for political parties. In general, we can say that whereas there's a consensus in Poland with regards to the assessment of the 20th century history, so there's a consensus in disagreement with Putin's accusation, then there is various views depending on let's say on the age of the respondees and probably on political affiliations, what kind of politics Polish state should conduct with regards to Russia. That was not the topic of the presentation, therefore I don't know how much information you would like to wish. If I don't also want to take time to other panelists, so if my answer is regarded as non-satisfactory, as too short, I can then later add something to this.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Adamski. The next question is for Professor Overy. This is the question. There is often talk of the need for founding myths of the European Union. Do you think that Hitler and Stalin can be used to build a positive legitimacy of the European Union?
Well, it's an interesting question. I mean, it's really the Second World War, I suppose, rather than just Hitler and Stalin. But I think one thing that British people particularly fail to understand is the European Union does depend, in a philosophical sense, on a desire to establish European collaboration and maintain European peace. And the memory of all the countries involved in Europe in the Second World War are terrible. They're all the victims of one form of totalitarianism or another, some victims for very much longer. So in the sense that we can use totalitarianism as a thing we don't want, and we need European unity and collaboration and understanding to be able to build a different kind of Europe is very important. And it's quite striking that that's one thing that the British public on the whole don't really understand. They were not occupied. They'd never experienced totalitarianism. And for them, their role in the Second World War was liberating Europe. And it's not surprising to me that Brexit's happened. The British don't think of themselves as part of that effort to construct a Europe rooted in peace and cooperation, and I regret that very much. If Hitler and Stalin are responsible for anything, then I mean, helping to build a better Europe is perhaps a good thing.
Yes. Thank you, Professor Overy. Now we come back to Dr. Adamski. Another question. Are there differences in Polish public opinion from Russia in relation to the conservative liberal political affiliation?
This was a question which I already answered, that to repeat, we haven't asked the Polish public opinion about political affiliation, but there is a national consensus with regard to the interpretation of the past, but there are minor disagreement between political parties and then probably their supporters to what extent Polish foreign policy with regards to current Russia, to Putin's Russia, should be conducted by itself or in close cooperation with, let's say, with the most powerful states of the EU. There are also disagreement whether Poland should make a development of its relations in cultural sense with Russia conditioned on the, let's say, on the Russian foreign policy, especially with regard to Ukraine or not. So such disagreement exists, but with regards to, let's say, to the support for in various parties, I can't credibly say, since I didn't see such polls.
Thank you, Dr. Adamski. Now a question for Professor Fries. Can you comment on Stasi's takeover of some methods from the KGB? Do you also identify methods used during Nazi Germany?
Thank you very much. May I first just give a short comment to what Richard Overy just said, or the question actually for him, about the European myth. This is, of course, a difficult word, but I would rather say, of course, we need European history. I think actually that the history of European division plays a quite big role here. The European division and the history of the communist dictatorships in the second half of the 20th century is not an exclusive history for the Central and Eastern European states. I regard this very much as an essential part of a common European historical heritage, and I think that's important. Often to remember that we don't like take it all apart. This is a genuine. I would say this is a genuine piece of European history. Coming back to the very fine question. Of course, there are similarities working within intelligence. There are also similarities which goes beyond the type of regime. But one must keep in mind that the East German state security is totally a child of the Soviet apparatus. It was and very little of the Nazi predecessors. As my colleague Helmut used to usually say, this is just the Stasi, or especially the Stasi foreign intelligence service, was just a daughter company with limited responsibility. It was producing intelligence primarily for the Soviet Union and secondarily to its own political leadership. And this is something that you can prove it statistically. Who got the information of the Stasi? This is really a Soviet child. Also, if you look at the people who built it, it was largely built on anti-fascist communist veterans and a large group of underprivileged youngsters in the 50s. This is actually one of the founding myths of East German state security, which is presumably to make it better, should make it morally better than its predecessors. This anti-fascist past. But I think one should bear in mind, this is really one of the logical errors. Just because you're at one time you are on the right side on history for a couple of years, that doesn't necessarily make everything you do from this point on legitimate. And this is where the logic really lacks. The errors of Nazi Germany's intelligence, we find them here in West Germany and West Germany. Of course, here we have the continuation, which has been thematized now very seriously in the last 20 years.
Yes, thank you, Professor Rees. And now a question for Professor Szalagyan. Can a consensus be reached about the revolution of 1989 in CEE states when we see that each political power is using the events of 1989 according to its own ideological thinking? Are there exemplary solutions where consensus was reached?
Maybe if historians do not allow the politically involved, I think it's possible, but it's necessary in time, and in time can be a consensus. Of course, still it's about what happened in the 1989, not only in Romania, in all this country. It's a lot to study. And if historians they do their job with the political implication, yes, to separate the science, historical science, and political involved, I think. And I think it will be interesting if from each country will be setting teams of historians and study about the subject, publish together, have scientific conferences, and something like this. But it's possible, I think, in my opinion.
Thank you, Professor Szalagyan. I received from Dr. Pakir, so she was supposed to be the co-moderator with me, but unfortunately she was not able to join us. I received 3 questions. I think that they were destined to Professor Overy because she received the transcript of your paper, in fact, your paper. And this is the first question. What is the role of transnational memory institutions, for example, museums, in the current domestic memory politics in Europe and Russia? The microphone, Professor Overy.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I mean, it's a very, very big question. I mean, clearly museums are very important sites because that's where the public history is displayed, and a great deal of thinking goes into what goes into a museum. So a museum, for example, the history of the Second World War in Russia is going to look very different from the museum on the history of the Second World War in Britain or in France. I mean, I think that over recent years, there's been a great deal of collaboration between museums. And I know I do a lot of work with the Imperial War Museum in Britain, and they spend a lot of their time actually in Poland, visiting Polish museums. And I think that, to the extent that museum curators are committed to being able to present a public history which is not controversial, which is closer to the truth, or to the reality rather than the truth, then I think that's a very good thing. What we don't want to see, of course, are museums which are designed simply to celebrate an unfortunate aspect of the past. For example, recently in Italy, there was an initiative to set up a museum to fascism in Vedapio, Mussolini's birthplace. It hasn't happened, luckily. But of course, the result would be to get a wave of neo-fascists going to the museum every day, celebrating Mussolini's Italy. So museums have got to react responsibly to what's going on. In Germany, I mean, there's a good example in Germany too, I think, where a great deal of effort has gone into talking now about perpetrators as well about victims, so that in fact you'll be able to create a rounder and much more comprehensible view of what happened during the Second World War or the Holocaust than you could do before when you were just focusing simply on victims who appeared rather abstract. But now you've got perpetrators side by side with victims in the museum, and you've got they're face to face. You can get a much richer and difficult idea about how this was possible. So I think short answer is museums are very important, and curators seem to me have a very large responsibility in shaping the way in which public history is presented.
Well, the second question is what various memory regions can be distinguished with regard to memory politics related to the two totalitarianisms? Are there other significant players in the field beyond Germany and Russia?
Well, in terms of Russia, in terms of memory politics, not a lot, I think. In terms of Germany, as I said in my remarks, Germany has become everybody's totalitarianism in the Western world. Germany is the touchstone of what went wrong with totalitarianism, and that's something which I suggested has been growing rather than shrinking away. This growing sense of wickedness of Hitler and Nazism. It acts now almost as a kind of metaphor of evil. But nothing like that happens with the Soviet Union. I mean, there are no museums dedicated to remembering Soviet totalitarianism. Well, there are a number in Eastern Europe, but in the areas where remembering German totalitarianism has become mainstream, the Soviet Union is almost invisible. What we need, obviously, is a program which will get people to think about totalitarianism in general. But I mean, outside parts of Eastern Europe, I think that's not something that's going to happen quickly.
Thank you. So Dr. Adamski would like to answer to the same question. Dr. Adamski?
So the question about the actors in the memory in Europe, in the memory of totalitarian regimes and the most significant actors, I would like to refer to two comments delivered recently by Russian diplomats, by Sergei Lavrov in the late January of that year, and then by Russian ambassador to Warsaw. And both of them actually said following, that we in Russia, we could have somehow we could have come to terms with the most European states with regards to the foreign policy and with regards to Russian-European relations. But unfortunately, there are some countries from the Central and Eastern Europe, so Baltic countries and Poland were meant, which did their best to hamper any attempts to improve the relations, and they are quite successful. So this was this message that the, let's say, the Central European states, especially Poland and Baltic states, are main responsible actors for the miserable state of European-Russian relations. And what is the relation between what I said and memory politics? After Putin's attack on 19th and 20th December 2019 against Poland, so it was so, let's say, so fierce that there were many comments. And in the editorial office of the reputable Russian journal Россия в глобальной политике, so Russian Global Affairs, edited by Fyodor Lukyanov, so a Russian political commentator who is perceived as very close to Kremlin. There was a public discussion about the Russian politics of memory, and Alexei Miller, who is, let's say, a reputable Russian historian and also advisor, or at least commentator in issues related to the politics of memory, also expressed the view that that the shift of the Western European perception of the Soviet Union and the Soviet totalitarianism occurred. This shift occurred mainly due to the pressure of Poland, Baltic states, and generally Central and Eastern European nations, who managed quite successfully to impose their, of course, very biased, in Middle's interpretation, to impose their biased narrative upon Western European societies. So this is, let's say, an answer what role Poland and Baltic states played. I think, at least in the Russian perception, this role is significant.
Thank you, Dr. Adamski. And the last question received from Dr. Pakir for Professor Overy is, what other historical pasts, except for World War II and communism, could have the universalizing potential in present-day Europe?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure I understand that question clearly. Sorry, could you repeat it again? Sorry.
So what other historical pasts, except for World War II and communism, could have the universalizing, the universal potential in present-day Europe?
Oh, right. Well, it's a difficult question to answer. I mean, before the First World War, the general sense was that liberal parliamentarianism, represented by Britain in particular, of course, would triumph, that Europe would become prosperous and more politically free as time went by, and that liberal agenda, that idea that somehow liberalism would replace everything else, disappeared in the 1920s, of course. And by the 1930s, most of Europe was in some form of authoritarian or dictatorial rule. But it revived again in 1945. And I think that if we're looking for a different, if you like, we're looking for a different founding moment for post-war Europe, it's perhaps not Hitler and Stalin and their rivalry. It's the revival of the idea of democratic liberalism and economic freedom, which emerged again in 1945. And those have been the founding elements, of course, of the development of the European Union.
Thank you, Professor Overy. And I have a question for each of the panelists. So let me start with Professor Sălăgean. So you mentioned the manipulation of the Romanian TV. So I would like to ask you, what is your opinion about the manipulation of the foreign news agencies before, the fall of communism? I refer to the 21st, mostly to the 21st or the 20th of December. The way in which they presented the number of victims, because some foreign news agencies spoke about 60,000.
1,000, yes. I don't know exactly what's the reason I can say in the name of that foreign agency, but of course was some intention. No. Or maybe they receive also from inside from the country this number. Maybe it is possible. The foreign news, the foreign radio, foreign TV save this number from the country. Somebody from the country sent it to them. It's possible.
Yeah.
Yes, I have no information exactly about this.
Yes, thank you.
From inside, from the curiosity side, this media. I spoke with somebody from Voice of America. It's one person, she, Christina Marin, and she came close, and she was the reporter, Voice of America here in Romania, but Voice of America sent it to him only in January. And she told me that she received all of the information from the American authorities and from the Romanian, but she don't know exactly which the sources. She received, this is the information, listen in the radio. And
thank you, Professor Sărăceanu. Question for Professor Rees. Professor Rees, we know that Stasi sponsored Baader-Meinhof actions. That was the covered level. What about the official, the propaganda level? How did they present the Baader-Meinhof terrorist acts?
Well, the Western terrorists are actually a funny story because they were seen as also as petty bourgeois wannabe revolutionaries on the one hand, but on the other hand, to some extent useful, and certainly given privileges not only in East Germany, but in most of the former socialist regimes. Actually, I would state that the story of modern terrorism is actually one of those stories which connect us. That the terrorists of the 70s and the 80s were able to operate as if we already had Schengen, that you could travel throughout Europe, that you can smuggle weapons, money, operation all across the continent. That is a fascinating story, and I'm puzzled why after 10 years of supposing war against terrorism, this have never been done. Of course, it's a difficult story when you start writing the history of something happening across borders in Europe, because it's written in different languages and the archives are different. But here, I think that historians also, to some extent, have to wake up and say, if these terrorists were able to operate all across Europe 40 or 50 years ago, come on, we should be able to do that. We should be able to do that as well at this point of our. And then one more suggestion I would say, let's look at the 90s, at the early 90s. Let's look at the euphoria. Let's look at the expectations that we had, all of us, in the early 90s, and see where that also see where that brought us. But I think that's also a quite important story. Also remembering that most of the kids that we get into university today, they were not born then. They were born in the early 2000s. So this is ancient history to them. But I think, especially for the European process and for the European thought, that would be quite an important story to tell.
Thank you, Professor Rees. And now a question for Dr. Adamski. How you mentioned the word of 1920. How is the word of 1920 interpreted in the context of European history? Because from the Romanian point of view, this is a turning point, and it puts an end to the attempt of the Bolshevik Russia to extend its influence in Europe. So, what do you think?
But you ask for my own. You ask about my own interpretation, or
yes, your own interpretation, yes.
So that this war firstly allowed to restore a Polish independent state. If the war had been lost, then Polish statehood would have probably preserved, but in a completely other form. Firstly, it would be Poland territorially very shrunk. Secondly, dependent on the Soviet Russia in the most pessimistic scenario. But this victory allowed to save the Polish independence and specifically Poland as not as a minor, not as a small country, but rather as one of the biggest European countries, although definitely not in economic terms. Then also it allowed to save the independence of the Baltic states. I'm quite sure that if Poland had fallen, then the next step would be aggression against Baltic states, and then as it happened in case of Georgia, and then incorporation of Baltic states as Soviet republics. So what would actually this scenario would have happened, would happened in 1940 would have been realized 20 years earlier. No, and thirdly, it was also a founding myth of the reborn Polish statehood. So to conclude, this victory actually, or at least this competition with the Soviet Russia created a complementary system of international relations in Central and Eastern Europe, complementary to the Versailles Treaty obligations, and as such, it shaped really the Central and Eastern Europe in the pre-war period, in interwar period.
Yes, thank you very much. And the last question is for Professor Overy. So you mentioned Russian identity. So my question is, how is the Great Terror of during the Stalinist rule incorporated in this Russian identity, if it is incorporated?
A good question. Of course, for Russians who don't want to think about it, it's not part of their identity. And it's quite extraordinary how little it does feature. The Russian historians have played an important part in helping the West to understand about it, but it doesn't feature now any more than the Cultural Revolution features in modern China. There are things which, I mean, you can understand why countries don't want to present themselves in the darkest terms, and all countries try to avoid it.
Thank you. I think that we are at the end of this session. Thank you to everybody for participating and for your challenging presentations. I hope that the public benefited from your contributions. And of course, we hope that the papers will be printed in a separate volume. Thank you to everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.